Okay, so we are actually recording from the presentations, and I just want to thank everybody, and hoping that everybody has been keeping safe through this historic period, point at which our lives changed. So this is our first attempt at doing senior project presentations, and I'm sure we're going to have a few hiccups, but then we'll get it right, as we go along. All right, so we have 4 presentations that I mentioned, starting at 11 o'clock. What we're going to be doing in terms of the mechanics of all of this is that each group, and when I say each group, even the individuals, I'm calling a group right now, will take charge of the movement of their slides by sharing your screens, and then can offer the presentation at that time. When we're doing a group presentation, of course, I'm just going to ask each of you to manage your microphones accordingly, and I'll also ask that all participants to keep their microphones aside from the presenter muted, so that we don't have the background noise that would impact the presenters. So each presenter or presentation takes place. You have we can be a little more lenient with time because of the fact that we only have four groups. So we're saying for the individuals, 15 to 20 minutes, and of course for the group, 20 to 25 minutes in terms of your presentation. There's going to be a Q&A by the presenters. The panelists, all right, each panelist will ask questions of the presenters at the end of each presentation. No, we're having an audience, and we will allow the audience to ask questions. However, it might be best if you raise your hand and then be acknowledged, so that we can at least control how that flows. So the panelists includes Mr. Stanford Graham, Mr. Gary Campbell, Mr. Lloyd Brown, and myself. And of course, we will be the ones who will be asked and grading the entire sessions. I don't think I have anything else that I need to mention. But let me just ask any of the presenters if there is any question that they would want to ask at this point before we start.
The only thing I would ask is there a executive summary of the presentations before we look at them, or whilst we look at them? I don't know if that was shared before.
No, the only thing that was shared and was asked for was, of course, the slides. And I think I sent copies of I hope you got a link to each of the set of slides.
Mm-hmm.
So you should be able to see that. All right, but let me know if you're not seeing it. So okay. So it's 11:04, and the first presenter will be O'Neill Smith. And O'Neill, you will be able to share your screen. You should be able to share your screen. So just check to make sure that you're able to do that. And once you're set up, then we can actually begin. Yes, we're seeing it.
All right, so we're good to go. Everyone is seeing it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm seeing it.
All right, great. All right, so good morning all. My name is O'Neill Smith, and I will be presenting on manage age employees and technology, mature age and technology. Now, I want to take you through my research paper on mature age employees and technology. Now, who are mature age employees? US law protects anyone over the age of 40 years old from age discrimination. In Jamaica, retirement age normally range from 60 through to 65. As of 2019, the breakdown by age of baby boomers are between 44 and 64, which gave us a 56 and a 76 range. So people who are 56 and 76 were pretty much born in 44 through to 64. So if we are to use a US application, we can say that mature age employees would be over 40. All right, some of my research questions are whether there are advantages of hiring or retaining mature age employees. Is there a place for mature age employees in the workplace? Do mature age employees have an adversarial reaction to Business Solution Suite? And are mature age employees susceptible to changes? Now, question of study is how receptive are mature age employees to implementation of Business Solution Suite in a Jamaican work environment? All right. Purpose of this study is to highlight how mature age employees in a Jamaican organization react or treat with implementation of Business Solution Suite in a Jamaican working environment. All right, so according to an article in the Gleaner 2019, ageism in the population is one of the biggest challenges in some countries, many countries. Ageism and the misconception of older adults among employees is a primary barrier faced by older people to remain or re-enter the workplace. By being older, there are a lot of negative misconceptions of the more mature age employees. They are viewed as being poor performer, difficult to get along with, unable to use technology, resistance to change, and so on. With this in mind, as it relates to our Jamaican society, the researcher considered researching the topic to see whether this theory is a misconception or whether there is some level of truth. Now, as it relates to my first question, advantages of hiring or retaining a mature age employee, researchers believe that there are significant benefits to receive from employers hiring or retaining mature age employees, workers, because they have good leadership skill and they portray a positive role model skill to the younger generation. Mature age workers have obtained strong network and experience that can add value to companies. They have practical experience communicating beyond digital devices. So they have superior communication skill in comparison to the younger employees or the junior employees. They have a professional and dedicated work ethics. Older employees can be significantly cost effective for businesses. They are less likely to job hop compared to a young worker, therefore decreasing continuity in recruitment and training. Now, a point to note is that with proper implementation of technology, this can allow for a smooth transition of information from mature age employees to the younger workforce. It aids in facilitating ease of communication and facilitate transmittal of knowledge while keeping mature age relevant. Now, as it relates to my second question, Lewis believed that there is no denying that there are negative perception and stereotypes portraying older workers as difficult, or as being difficult, slow, expensive, and not tech savvy. As a result of this stereotype having undoubtedly impact on hiring and retention process. Researchers have also shown that mature workers actually, in many cases, have a better rerun on investments for businesses. However, the mature workers face an uphill battle in recruitment and ultimately retention process. Because of this, more mature workers are being neglected or underestimated because of their age. Employers are, however, urged to look more closely at this opportunity and to see the mature workers that they have a lot to offer. Now, with this question, the question now is, what does mature age employees have to offer? Well, mature workers are often associated with a high level of reliability, professionalism, and valuable listening skill. Thus, they are qualified and powerful enough to provide competition to the younger generation. All right. Another point is mature workers are also more dedicated. They're more sincere, and they're also flexible. With this in mind, the question we can ask is, therefore, a mature age employee relevant to the workplace? As it relates to the third question, are mature age employees averse to business solution suite? Guruchik, in a 2006 article, said that successful people never stop learning. It is important to engage in continuous learning, especially in today's workplace, where change is constant. The world is constantly changing, and one must stay informed and update on latest trends and happenings. Example, Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg told a Stanford university audience that young people are just smarter. However, it is that older workers are opposed or unable to adapt to technological changes in their environment. A Dropbox survey was conducted for more than 4,000 IT workers around the world to discover their technology use. And it was found that the workers ages 55 and older or over, and those aged 18 and 34 use nearly the same form of technology a week, 5 and 4 to 6 and 7 respectively. The survey also showed, although young workers are viewed as older, co-worker has also shown to adapt to new technology. Data provide that adoption levels are quite even across the range. So older workers are just likely to use as much technology as younger peers. Now, another point with this in mind, question we can ask, are mature age employees relevant? Are mature age employees are really averse to Business Solution Suite. Final question. Shaw Bell in a 2008 article discussed that there is a great culture and technological divide between young and old workers, where there can be benefit. They both can benefit from each other's knowledge and skill in important ways. It is said that while older workers have a lot of years of experience, young ones are more likely to have different perspective from growing up in a very different time. Older generations have benefited from in-person education and on-the-job training and known the value of in-person meeting. At the same time, they may not be as technologically skilled as young people. However, this does not mean that older workers are not able to change or unable to change. It was further discussed that there is a communication gap that exists as a result of heavy dependency on technology, which has resulted in a breakdown of understanding. The younger generation is often viewed as having issue or not having issue, sending a quick message regardless of where they are, while the more mature population, it might come across as an act of being uninterested or distracted. Both generations stand to learn a vast deal from each other. The crossing of generational divide can advance careers and make it easier to manage older teammates. Which can be a mutual beneficial to learning in this situation. This will help to bridge those relationship gaps in a positive way. Shaw Bell also pointed out that when interviewed a young director for social media business, aimed mostly at young customers, admit that while have older colleagues who still don't have social media accounts, or if they do, they don't understand how to use them, explain that, in quote, actually I get excited by these and choose to see it as an opportunity to educate them and potentially propel them in joining a network, close quote, while becoming a win-win situation. All right, so another point to note is from this, the researcher believes that communication misconception that mature age employees' aversion to Business Solution Suite could be as a result of factors such as miscommunication. All right, so with regards to the methodology, my primary methodology and secondary methodology was questionnaires, interviews, and I conducted research from books and articles. Questionnaires were prepared and distributed to about 25 persons. Which includes male and female to complete at their convenience, and the interview was also conducted. Question focused on ease of use of technology, reaction to mature age employees using technology. Question comprised of yes and no, as well as allowed for comments for a more rounded research. Anticipated budget was about $10,000 for traveling and printing. Focus on the researchers to travel to most of these respondees. Result of the questionnaires and discussions. Gender, 52% were male, 48% were female. Length of time of computer usage, 100% over a 4-hour daily. Reason for usage, 100%. Use for work, personal, internet, Microsoft products, such as Microsoft Word. No one used it for gaming or data processing. Ease of understanding, 52% said yes, while 42% said no. Browser use, majority use Google Chrome, 72%, 28% use Explorer, Internet Explorer. Mature age workers opposed to technology, 80% said no. 20% said yes. Mature workers can learn new technology and benefit organization. Majority said yes, 80 to 88% respectively. Discussion for more breakdown. Mature age workers spend longer time on computer. Reason for use include workers checking personal information such as email. There are varying perspective on ease of use. Google Chrome widely used. Reason could be because it is compatible or more preferred by younger workers. It is clear that workers not opposed to technology. A mature worker can learn new technology. I submit that once given the chance, they will learn. From their skill, experience, etc., organization can benefit from hiring or retaining them. In conclusion, view held on mature age workers, mature age employees being poor performer, difficult to get along with, untrainable, unable to use technology, resistant to training, to changes, are negative stereotypes. No evidence to suggest mature age employees are averse to new technology. This misconception can be as a result of miscommunication. There are advantages of retaining mature age employees as they have skill and related experience to transmit. With this knowledge, mature age employees is undoubtedly. What's that? With this knowledge, mature age employees there is undoubtedly a place for them in the workplace. As it relates to recommendation, organization can acknowledge the divide between workers and mature age workers. Initiate steps to motivate and lessen the divide. Introduce more training, for example. Mature age workers as mentors, especially for new recruits. Change onboarding and retention paths, promoting age diversification. Reformat technology integration to accommodate both young and old. Provide job security for mature age employees. And encourage younger workers to embrace mature age employees. Mature age employees and technology. What is your take?
Anil?
Anil, all right, so just Anil, you're done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so thank you very much, Anil. I am going to open the panel in questions resulting from the report and presentation. Sorry, and I'm just going to take this with respect to no definite order. So I'm looking on my screen. I'm seeing Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, would you like to start?
Sure. Good morning. O'Neill, for your presentation. By definition, I would be considered an older person, although I would never have thought that I would have been considered as such an individual with my youthfulness, the enthusiasm. But based on your definition, I'm not necessarily a baby boomer, but I would be one of the older persons. All right, I am noting the effort in your research, the literature review that you did. There's effort, evidence there. But a few questions just to be critical. First of all, what motivated this research? Why is it relevant to you or to anyone else about the aging person and the place of work? What motivated that? Because that will help frame the questions I'm about to ask.
Okay. Well, first of all, as an IT professional, I always notice and recognize the divide, the gap between the mature age workers and the younger one. There's obviously a divide between them, and you know, as a younger IT professional, I might be more comfortable using a particular application, and it might be because of ease of use, in my view, but it might be difficult for you because you don't know it. All right, so it's kind of difficult for you to adapt, and I might consider you as a person who are might be hard to learn, or you might be difficult to adapt to it. And you know, I always want to look at difference and how we can bridge that technological gap. You know, teaching more, showing more, sharing more information. You know, we can understand the older generation as well as the younger generation.
So basically, this is a personal observation of yours.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. The literature. All right. There's probably some bias within the research itself, because I am seeing that one reason a company may want to employ a younger person on board might simply be the fact that you pay a younger person significantly less. So a person coming out of high school or a university, you could probably pay them 1.5 to 2 mil, and as opposed to a senior person like Dr. Marr that have extensive amount of experience, you might have to pay Dr. Marr probably 10, 12 mil to get him interested, whilst you could have about 6 younger person with some amount of training, and they could add value. Have you considered in your research that factor, the cost factor that is there? And if not, let me ask a question. How did you came up with the questions for your survey? So why is it you ask certain questions and not certain other questions? So there's 2 questions I'm asking. Did you look at the salary implication that might influence in these decisions? And what did you do? What did the literature say about the question that you put on your survey?
All right, so as it relates to the salary, yes, there definitely would be a difference. But bear in mind that based on research, it is shown that a lot of people consider the older persons as being difficult to adapt and learn newer technology.
One minute. Make reference to a literature that indicate that older persons are more stubborn or not easily to adapt. Since this is a research piece of work and not an opinionated piece, make reference to that literature?
All right, that literature can be found in the research paper. The literature was done by Lewis in a 2000 I'm not sure of the date, but that research paper, the information is in the it can be found on the literature paper.
All right. How do you give consideration to a person like Steve Jobs, the gentleman from Tesla, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, and many other senior persons, or even the persons who are the chief CIOs and managers for Google and many of the tech companies out there who might be pretty senior individuals but are leading global IT company that is providing outstanding service, even more so in this pandemic?
Remember, in the presentation, I definitely acknowledge that these senior persons have a high level of professionalism and responsibility and reliability. So these persons are more superior to the younger folks. But the younger folks might be more able to move around technology a little faster or quicker. There's a lot of there's a lot of information to learn from the older and the younger folks. So that bridge can be that gap can be fixed easily if we just learn to mesh together.
All right. The questions that you have on your survey, I'm making an assumption that you would have gotten those questions based on the research that you're doing. All right. Your findings that you have articulated, how does that support the research that you have seen? Is it in support or is it different? And if it is different, why? So I'm assuming that you are being guided by some theoretical framework. So you might have looked on a piece of paper that would have said that older people, overall, they are rated X. And when you do your research, you recognize that older person in Jamaica, they are rated Y. And then you would ask the question, what caused the difference? So speak to me about that.
It is in support. These questions were guided from the framework. And
framework. Make reference to the specific framework that you're talking to, since you mentioned framework. What framework were you using to guide your research?
All right, I'll pass on that question. I don't have my research paper on me to give you concrete evidence as to where or what I actually used to concatenate that that answer. I'll just pass on that question.
All right, no problem, fair enough. The findings, how does it compare with what is in the literature? Your finding in the Jamaican arena, how does that compare with the literature? You had some nice statistics there. How does that compare?
It can be compared because based on evidence, it is shown that majority prefers, for example, Google Chrome. Majority prefer Google Chrome because of its compatibility. It might be more compatible than Internet Explorer. So it will show that, research will show that Google Chrome is a more wider use internet browsing application. And
In
that is
Jamaica
why,
or
that is why,
across
that,
the world?
that,
One minute,
that
one
is,
minute. My apologies for interrupting like that. I guess because I'm senior, I might not remember things pretty well. The use of Chrome and so on, are you speaking about in a Jamaican context or globally?
no, Jamaican context.
Oh, the Jamaican context. Okay, okay. All right. Your sample size. What influenced your sample size, and how representational is the sample size of the population of elderly person that you're trying to address? So you indicated that 40 years old and above might be classified as old. And there would be certain stratas of old persons. So for example, I'm a very young person compared to somebody who might be in their 70s and still have a very active mind. How did you make the comparison? So for example, the person on the slide just now, I don't think any one of us here would meet those elderly criteria. So talk to me about your sample, because I want to see if your sample seems to be representational or we can infer from it to make reference to a broader population.
The sample size really, it's really coming from a small organization in Jamaica.
Oh, one organization?
Right.
And you were then saying that Jamaica seemed to have these characteristics?
Well, based on research and comparing it to the sample size that I'd gotten from the organization that I looked at.
How many persons were in that sample within that organization?
I was able to get a sample size from 25 persons.
And Jamaica, a population
within the age limit.
What's the population of Jamaica?
Jamaica have a higher population.
We have about 2.7 million people, and about 1.6 million people are in the workforce. And I believe that our average age group in Jamaica is about 27, 28 in Jamaica. So we have quite a bit of senior person in the workforce. Do you believe 25 persons from one organization is a reasonable sample size to speak of anything about Jamaica?
No, I don't. But due to the limitations that was faced, I had to narrow it down to what I did. And this is the result of the research, the sample size of the company that I did.
All right. So there are some challenges there, clearly. The research is a very important research, even more so for security purposes. We can't secure our environment if all persons are not equally informed about the security vulnerability that exists. And there's a lot of research around how the elderly use their computing device. My mother, she don't have internet banking. It was difficult for her to set it up, but use it to pay money, to receive money. She used WhatsApp and so on. I was reading a research paper that elderly persons are able to use very complex devices, very complex services without even understanding the technology below it to do a lot of stuff. And I also had a training with some elderly persons from the Papini area, person who did a program for the churches and so on. And I was surprised how well they were able to adopt in a very short time to use online tools to do their church programs and to communicate with each other. So they might take a little more time, but they're clearly adaptable based on I had about 50 or more persons over 40 training over a 3-week period, and they really demonstrate adaptability quite well, in my mind. All right, thanks very much.
Yes, sir, I understand very well. And I think that is why one of my points in my presentation said that it is a misconception, because the younger generation have a lot to learn from the older, and we have a lot to learn. All right, so I do agree with you, and I thank you for the comments.
And just to conclude, sorry, Dr. Marlett, if I might be taking up the time like this. Just a pointer, the framework for your research, we have to, when we're doing research, we have to admit that we're neophytes, including myself. We know nothing about the subject area, so when we step out into a particular area, we should be guided by some instrument. It's just like if we're going to do a deep dive, we make sure that we have the lifeguard, the oxygen tank, the vessel around us. There's some framework that we use to do the deep dive. So if we're going to do a research, we should have some framework. Somebody studies that say, this is how you do a research in this area. And you try to have their results, and then you compare your results with theirs as a first step of the work. And also the research questions should be clearly answered in the lit review, and you must try to give some justification why these research questions might be of relevance to others who are participating in the review of your literature. But I do like your approach. You definitely went out, and the different steps in the research process, I saw evidence of that, and with some guidance, it could be an outstanding piece of work. All right, thanks very much, Mr. Smith. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Thanks, Mr. Graham. And just to mention for all of the presenters, remember a lot of these questions and comments being made by our panelists are important, not just because they have the challenge, but the fact is that you will recognize that even in the questioning there are some amount of concerns in terms of the completeness of your research. Now, I will just quickly say that because we're not reading the actual report, we don't know if there's anything that is missing, but the fact is that in the review of your report and presentation of that report, there are many points that were just made would cause you to want to ensure that you do have a good look before completing that report. All right, thanks, Mr. Gregg. Let me ask Mr. Brown to come in now. Mr. Brown, can you come in?
Hi, morning again. Morning, O'Neill.
Morning, sir.
All right, so I noted in your research you mentioned some advantages of having what is considered an older employee. I also noted that those advantages were in the form of leadership, dedication, and the low risk of job hunting. But they didn't seem to surround the area of technology. Is around other contribution to the business. However, you concluded that it is a misconception that older employees are averse to technology. Can you speak to that for me to say what area of your research indicated that older persons are not averse to technology?
All right. Good question, sir. There's an article, a 2020 article done by Guelph. That documentation will be in the paper. This information really was captured from this research paper. These questions. So I use what was said from, and this is a credible writer. The information is there. This was used. Even if you have practical experience, I mean, if you face it, older people, they can communicate way beyond younger persons, way beyond the use of technology, digital devices. All right, they have superior skill. So it's not just technology that older persons can use to be superior or portray a better image than the younger version. Younger people can just make things a little bit easier, a little different. With a merge of what the younger persons have and what the older persons have, we can make it much better.
Okay. Well, it seems though that you're looking at not just technology, but the contribution of employees to the business in whatever sphere. So another question I had is, at any part of the research or any of the research documents that you would have looked through, did any have, let's say, a research that looked at the introduction of new technology and had some kind of rating scale that indicated age ranges and what age range was able to function at an appropriate level with the technology, and therefore use that to compare the older employees with those that are younger?
No, I don't have that evidence, but once I read Guruchik's article, a 2016 article, there was some light that was shed, and based on the examples that they had given with the what Dropbox survey revealed, and what Mark Zuckerberg also revealed, it actually assists in shedding light on all of those.
Okay. All right. I think that those are the areas I had noted. So I'll turn back over to Dr. Marr.
All right, thanks, Sabro. And just don't think because I'm a delay between muting and unmuting my mic because I hate it. All right, Mr. Campbell, your
turn. Thanks, Dr. Marr. Let me try and be very quick since O'Neill, you'd have gone through so many questions already. Let me start at a point where my colleague asked you about your sample size. You said you used a sample size of 25 individuals. Sure. But while responding to that, I didn't get a sense as to what your population frame was. It seems to me that you're both, well, you made the assumption that the entire Jamaica, and I'm not sure you would have, corrected him in that regard. So can you just tell me what your population frame was, please?
All right. So the organization that I did had a staff complement of about 107. out of the 107, there was 25 persons who met the criteria that I was researching. So the sample size would have been 25.
Okay, so from the 100 and odd, you pulled a sample of 25.
Yes.
Well, I won't go down the road of asking what your sampling technique would have been, but be sure to expound on that in your report, because that is very important. So it's really a case study you're doing of a particular organization. So I think that's why you should have responded to him. So you're not really looking at the entire Jamaica. So this thing cannot be generalized in the context of Jamaica or any other region. In your lit review, you had a Gleaner article as one of the sources of evidence. It might be a personal viewpoint, but I tend not to, for seminal work such as academic research, I tend not to like to see, articles from newspapers being pulled on to use as concrete evidence informing the basis for anything that you're doing, because these tend to be opinion driven, and you certainly want to premise your research on things that are, biased in that way, unless that is what you are trying to research. And I get the impression that you're doing an objective piece of research, which leads me to my next question. Were you conducting a quantitative or qualitative research?
Quantitative, sir.
Quantitative, there you go. So a Gleaner article in the lit review, in my mind, is not, I don't think that's a strong enough argument to premise any research, and it's not a strong enough basis for any research. So the other literature you had were good, great. You found and sourced all of these information on the topic, which, by the way, is a very interesting one, as my colleagues have alluded. Quickly, you kept mentioning business solutions suites, and then you went off into technology and so on. I'm not clear as to what the definition of business solution suites in the context of the research is. And similarly, for mature aged employees, I'm still not 100% clear as to what age group qualifies for a mature aged employee, which is why my colleague actually figured he probably would have qualified. But you need to be very, very tight with these definitions, particularly for a quantitative research. So what is the definition of business solution suites? So it's not necessarily IT driven. You wouldn't want to leave it open for one to assume any such thing. They need to define what this means, and the definition needs to come from somewhere. It can't be yours. So it must be a definition that resides, in some literature somewhere. And same thing for the mature aged employees. So I might have missed it, but I can't see where you had a concrete definition of a mature aged employee anywhere in your presentation. I don't know if you want to speak to that, or if it's a case where you need to go and tie that up a little bit.
All right, no problem, man. So as it relates to the business solution suite, there's a section in my research paper that clearly defines some of these definition that is repeatedly repeated in the research. But the business solution suite really is application or technology that is introduced into an environment that is pretty much new.
Okay.
So definition, clearer definition for both business solution suite and mature age employees. That definitely can be found in the research paper.
Okay. So when you're doing the presentation, be mindful of the fact that not all the panelists are privy to the final report. So you need to pull out, the salient points and put in the presentation, so we are actually exposed to those.
Okay.
All right. So those are my comments. All right. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Campbell. Just keep reminding to make notes of these things. Let me just quickly mention in terms of the type of topic that and I found, as a person who I think has some kind of experience exposure to the younger folks, as well as being someone who has lived through many ages and so on. That and I'm kind of wondering when I hear statements like from Mark Zuckerberg, and that statement is very profound. And I wonder if he had any kind of research to back it. And what was he quoting from? Was he quoting straight off the back of his head and ours? So I find a lot of things that were being said that I'm wondering how objective some of these statements are. And, as I mean, I'm almost taking umbrage to a number of them. In terms of the age classification, that's also another big thing that you need to actually look at. And one thing I just wondered about, I mean, in your, I think this slide, I'm not sure what number slide this is, but it does cover in your, when it spoke of the Dropbox survey. And it seemed as if you were looking at ages 55 and older as the mature. What I wasn't too sure was I tried I was a little confused in terms of maturity. And you know, especially when you think of 40, somebody at 40 years old being mature, part of the mature group, well, I think I would beg to differ so much up and down, because I know I'm a 40-year-old son, and I know he has no problem in terms of how he deals with the technology. So that's just one.
You can be amused either for you to put him in that category.
yes, exactly. And of course, a number of them were listed. So I mean, I kind of wonder about some of you know, in terms of a lot of work I think that would probably need in terms of balancing the bias of the state, because I really feel that a lot of these have some kind of bias. And so you know, one needs to in terms of ensuring that this is a objective type of research. I think you know that we can't just look at things from one side, but we need to try and balance things in general. Well, a comment I'm going to make, I'm kind of wondering, because some of the things that I'm hearing, I'm trying to figure out what is the term of reference in terms of persons making certain statements being made, because obviously, you know, that I think needs to stand up, you know, for scrutiny. And one of the things I'm always thinking of is that persons of a certain age, and this is just my opinion now, of a certain age, have a problem learning certain technologies. But one of the things that persons like myself don't want to learn something without having a good reason to learn it. So why would I want to learn TikTok if it's not going to be of something worthwhile to learn? And so why waste my time doing that? So whereas if there's something in terms of running the business, and I feel that is something that I need to learn, you know. So it's almost like an attitude gap where young people will just jump on anything. And learn it for I don't know for what reason, but again, that's part of my attitude, and again, that might not be objective. All right, but I mean, you know, some good points in terms, and I don't think I can add much more to it. One thing about the theoretical framework, we've been over this many times. that need or should have been something that jumped out at you. Again, just ensure that the question as framed is what you have answered. And again, when you make recommendations, you can make, and I think to just cover, make sure if you're going to infer anything, this whole thing about population size and population sample are critical, right? So whereas, just as Mr. Campbell just mentioned, it's one thing if you're going to infer the behavior of your company versus trying to extend that to Jamaica, which I think was what Mr. Graham was trying to get at with you. Or can you use 25 persons to infer anything with respect to what you expect the Jamaican population. So that's the other point. But I want to thank you for the effort, though, because this is really research that needs to be done in a very objective way, and I don't know how we can get the opinionated and the attitudes and biases out of it, but I'm sure there's a way, and that's something that we have to be through research such as yours. We would have to be looking at trying to get to. And as a matter of fact, and I don't want to keep on, but as part of us moving forward from this point onwards, we need to get those we need to understand how we engage different parts of our working society in being a lot more productive, because some of these things that are being said and assumed are not really, I don't think a lot of it, and I just be kind and say they're not very accurate. Right? And that's why this kind of research is important. All right. So thanks on you. I don't know if anybody in the audience wants to ask a question. I know we've kind of run out of time. But if you do want to ask a question that you think is very important, you can just raise your hand and we will just take that question. All right, so we're going to prepare for the next presentation. I think it's Jason who is supposed to be presenting now. So thanks again, O'Neill.
Yes, sir.
And Jason, I think it's your time. So we can start preparing for that. All right. So get your and again you will be okay. All right, just give me 2 seconds. Let me just get ready, and because as we're preparing, we have to make sure that as part of this week, before the statesman ready to protect. All right. Panelists, needed more time? Let me just make a point, and as you guys were provided with the rubric, and we do have audience, so in case that you want to interact with the audience, you can use the opportunity.
Dr. Mar,
Uh-huh.
there's a criteria for audience response. I'm urging the audience to actually respond or ask questions of the presenter so that we can score appropriately that section as well. It's important that they ask questions.
Right, and yeah, that was exactly the point I wanted to make, that and we do have a large size audience, so feel free, folks, to try and engage the audience, and again, from the audience point of view, it could be helpful to the presenters if you do try and engage, at least ask some kind of question, clarification, or some kind of.
It's about 25 points goes towards that point, that section, the audience interaction. So I guess we can penalize the audience if they don't ask questions.
Yes.
So that might encourage them.
Yes, I think that is the only thing that is fair.
Well, probably what we could do is ask person in the audience specifically to ask questions. For example, Monique or Mr. Williams or Lloyd Brown, person in the audience, to ensure that they're actually participating and benefiting from the advice being received by the presenters.
All right, folks. So we're going to move on to Jason's presentation. Jason, just before you present, please just introduce yourself as well, so that at least we don't have the benefit of having you mix and physically mix with folks. So just give a quick 1 minute introduction of yourself, and then you can just go into your presentation. All right?
All right, no problem. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jason Wilson, currently in final year at Vectors Technology Institute, doing my bachelor. I'm here to do a presentation on how internet connectivity and availability impacted teachers delivering online classes to high school students at home in St. Catherine, Jamaica during the COVID-19 pandemic. Aim and expectations: to explore the efficiency of internet service being experienced by teachers, students, to explain the views of students, teachers about online learning, to explore teaching and learning challenges by both students and teachers, to explore the efficiency and effectiveness of online learning, to bring awareness to the issues and possible resolutions for online learning, and last but not least, to explore corrective measures for a quick transition with our new way of life. The significance of study seeks to highlight the teaching style limitations via remote learning, to highlight internet availability or accessibility to both teachers and students, to highlight availability of resources for online learning, to highlight cause and effect that might hinder engagement from students via online learning. The literature review. The internet, according to Ian Peter in an article, History of the Internet, TCP/IP is the backbone protocol which some people claim is the basis of determining what the internet is. It was developed in the 1970s in California by Vinton Cerf, Bob Kahn, Bob Braden, John Postel, and other members of the networking group headed by Steve Crocker. Therefore, the theory supporting this research is Internet of Things, IoT. According to cleverroad.com, IoT is a global network of physical devices connected to the internet. These devices, therefore, are equipped with sensors and other information transfer mechanisms. Digital learning has been around for some time. We have heard of students being enrolled in college institutions and achieving their associate, bachelor's, and even master's via online platforms. This mitigates against commute, physical housing, and for the physically challenged, and easy to be educated without thinking about housing or travel. Labage and Bannon-Whitland, 2005, defined online learning as an open and distributed learning environment that uses pedagogical tools enabled by internet and web-based technologies to facilitate learning and knowledge building through meaningful action and interaction. Stern, no data was seen for this research. Online learning is the newest and most popular form of distance education today. Within the past decade, it has had a major impact on post-secondary education, and the trend is only increasing. Flasher and Simmons in 2006 defined distant learning as institution-based formal education where the learning group is separated and where interactive telecommunication systems are used to connect learners, resources, and instructors. eLearningIndustry.com stated that there are 5 common challenges faced by students for online learning. These are adaptability struggle, technical issues, computer literacy, time management, and self-motivation. But these are not only challenges faced by students, as some teachers and lecturers do experience these challenges as well. For the theoretical framework, we seek to determine the quality of service offered to target sample from internet service providers to determine how accessible the internet is to students, teachers living in St. Catherine, to determine how internet affects online learning, to determine the quality of teaching style being offered to students, to determine how engaged students are while learning from home. The parish of focus is St. Catherine due to the time of this research was done during the lockdown phase, where we had a breakout in St. Catherine. So movement was restricted, so we used a convenient sample size to do our research. So on March 13th, 2020, Government of Jamaica issued a lockdown of all schools. So with that, I saw the need to see how this research could shed some light on how students will be learning moving forward with this lockdown issue. Later on in April, we experienced an outbreak at Alarica BPO, which is located in Portmore, St. Catherine, that affected the return to school process because the government was debating whether or not they should open back after Easter. But due to the fact that we had this massive outbreak where St. Catherine had to be locked down for, I think maximum it was 14 days or 21 days, that kind of hindered the whole going back to school process. And movement restrictions and curfew guidelines was also implemented. Social cognitive theory, Leon Wardlow, September 20, 2016, stated that social cognitive theory formally theorizes the learning that asserts people to learn from observing others in their social environment. This theory has 3 key themes: modeling, self-efficacy, and tutoring and mentoring. Modeling therefore refers to learners who observe other perform actions in context, which is central to learning. Mentoring which involve teachers using detailed instructions to guide students. Self-efficacy is therefore the belief in one's own aptitude to complete tasks and reach goals, in which it increases when students are able to watch a model of a skill and then practice it themselves. Some of the resources that were utilized for remote learning was EdTech, Google Classroom, Zoom video conferencing, WhatsApp, email with PowerPoint slides, TV, radio, printed worksheets for retrieval. From my research, it was discovered that Google Classroom, Zoom video conference, and WhatsApp chat, as well as email, was mostly used to interact with students. The WhatsApp chat was mostly for students who didn't have access to internet, but could access email on their phone, so they could read the PowerPoint via their phones, and then from the group chat with WhatsApp, they would discuss it. Zoom video conference was for basically classroom schedules for teaching and other stuff, and same for Google Classroom. The printed worksheets for like the country areas where students didn't have access to internet, students who couldn't afford to be buying the constant data. So what EduLearning did was they allowed people to print the worksheets and drop them off at post offices within their area so that they could retrieve them. Sample, research methodology and its tools. Target selection for data collection. We use a convenient sample based on the lockdown protocols that were initiated so that we can still get the information from relevant teachers with intent catching and students. So we use a sample of 20 teachers and 20 students. And for the type of research, we use a mixed method that involves quantitative and qualitative, where quantitative involves questionnaires and qualitative telephone interviews. And we use Google Forms to basically draft up these questionnaires and send them out via email and WhatsApp. For the data retrieval, Google Forms as a tool that basically, when you close off the response, it basically calculates the information received and display them whether in bar graph, pie chart, as data representation. So that was what was used to get that information for the percentage ratio. So from the research, we determined that ISP being used by sample target body, both students and teachers, was Flow and Digicel, where from the 20 teachers, 9 opted to use Flow as their subscriber, and Digicel 9. So 2 was because of affordability and unavailability in their areas. For students, it showed that 60% opted to use Flow, while 30% opted to use Digicel as their subscriber. Other 10% was also because of affordability and availability. In fact, one response stand out to me from one of the students was that the school fee was already enough. So her parents was not thinking about a time like this where she would need a laptop or to have the internet at home, because they are saying that they already pay the school fee have internet resources and have computing devices, so you know how to utilize the lab at her school. Limitations with ISP, we all know about the outages with JPS, but also mostly geographical location, meaning that service has not yet been deployed to some of the parishes, to some of the communities within St. Catherine. Some place in Linston, Kittletown, Central Village, to name a few. Other limitations both already as discussed, affordability and accessibility. Challenge being experienced for remote learning, ability to engage and reach the same amount of students as if you were in the classroom. based on my question here, most of the responses from the teachers was that when you go to the actual physical building, you're given at least a minimum of 40 to 45 students per classroom. What this has highlighted now is that when you're at home trying to engage students, you realize that the timeline that is set for students, some students log on, say for instance class starts at 10, some students are logging on 10:15, 10:30, 11 o'clock, and then you don't get the full complement of students that you would in a classroom. So you're not able to reach all the students from the online learning. All of the limitations spoke to the use of Microsoft tools to display certain calculations like mathematical and accounting equations, for instance, the trial balance or the bank recon sheet, or even math equations like quadratic equations and stuff like that, for students who are probably preparing for exams in July or August or whatever CSEC says. Lack of resources for remote learning, speaking to tablets, laptop, internet, unfamiliar teaching and learning styles, so it's a bit challenging for both teachers and students. Suggestions for improve online learning, workshop for teachers to get them better equipped, better able to manage their online platform, better able to reach out with the tools that they need and to give guidance, like as examples as if you're in the classroom with your whiteboards or your blackboards. Government needs to ensure that the service providers, Digital and Flow, are able to deploy internet services within majority of the communities in Jamaica, because we're not sure when this will end with the COVID-19 pandemic. We see we have had some increased cases recently, so we're pushing back to either lockdown or more learn from home activities. Some charities have already reached out to be making provisions. The World Bank Group cited that the ministry is periodically conducting active feedback and acting on it swiftly to advance e-teaching and e-learning. Note an example based on advice from the region teachers at the early childhood and especially the secondary levels are in need of training for developing and managing online learning environments. So we see where some moves is being made to basically correct the issues that seem to be known by some of our leaders, because it is posing a challenge and some of the students are taking it very hard because they're not used to this method or this style of learning. For so many years they have been focusing on getting up, going to school, sitting in a classroom, taking the knowledge and reciting when they reach home to practice for exams or study areas. So it's something that is being looked at by the government as we speak. Conclusion. Based on the research done, it can be concluded that there are limitations that hinder online teaching and learning. It was discovered that both students and teachers face internet availability and connectivity issues that is caused by their location, outages, or affordability. Teaching delivery is also impacted as most of these teachers have not yet been trained on how to deliver classes online based on my convenient sample. Government through the MOE can partner with digital companies to make computing devices more accessible, affordable for parents less fortunate. That's the end of my presentation. My references.
Okay, thank you very much, Jason. I'll just hold it. Okay, so Mr. Graham, we're going to come back to you again. So you can just just go ahead.
All right. Thanks very much for the opportunity once more. Jason?
Yes, sir, Graham.
I think it's a very challenging piece of research that you're trying to do at this time, recognizing that the literature on this area might be a bit scant because it's still being written. So let me ask of you just now, How many peer-reviewed papers have you come across that speak to the impact of COVID on the teaching online environment? Speak to me a little bit about that.
All right, that's a good question. When I started, it was a bit challenging when I was focusing on the pandemic because this is 2020, this is when the pandemic happened. So most reviews or most paper that I've seen on the pandemic is mostly from the Gleaner, the Observer, which cannot be used for the literature because, as I heard one of the panelists mentioned earlier, Mr. Campbell, and I'm from Guidance, and Mr. Dr. Moore was stating that they cannot use the Gleaner as a scholar to write on a literature review.
And those are opinions.
Those are opinions, exactly. So I haven't really found anything to speak to the pandemic as yet when I was doing the research. So I could only use like basically dissect the research question and focus on what I could get the scholar on, which was the internet and online learning, because basically online learning has been around for quite some time before even the pandemic. It's just that now Jamaica has been forced into that era. Because
go back to your initial research question for me. Could you move the slide in that direction? Yeah, as internet connectivity and availability. All right, so the next best way to do a research like this, it will be a discovery type of research. All right, it's still relevant. We'd have to send out questionnaires and collate those questionnaires and so on. How many, and go back to your research question, let me see before I ask this. You had quite a few research questions there. All right. How many questionnaires have you managed to dispatch? And speak to me about the sample size, how you went about deciding who should participate and so on. What were the age groups, the regions, and so on that you might have considered? Speak to me about your sample size and the population that you are trying to engage.
All right, sample size, what I said, was a convenient sample size, as these questionnaires were done remotely, as they were sent out via email and WhatsApp. Sample size was basically 20 students within St. Catherine, 20 teachers within St. Catherine who teach high schools in St. Catherine, because the parish of focus was indeed St. Catherine. Because the reason I chose St. Catherine, because I live in St. Catherine, so I said it was easier for me to channel my sources within my area. So that was the reason why I chose that population. And that
the question asked, were they the same questions, or there were different question asked of the students when compared to the teachers?
Majority of the questions were similar. Because, like for instance, you'd ask like a teacher, what kind of method do you use to deliver online classes during teaching online to your students? So for the students now, like you'd probably ask, what are the methods being offered to you for learning online? There's probably be a little word difference, but it's the same question in context. For most of them.
You had a graphical, so your conclusion was what now? That persons had a difficulty with the internet? Was there a benefit to be derived? Give me a conclusion again.
You want to see it, or you want me to just read it?
you can, let me see it as well, if you have graphs and so on. I didn't recall seeing that.
No, I didn't have any graphs. It was just
It's just that you spoke about the graphs that Google Forms prepared. It would have been good to show some graphical presentation of that data that you have collected, because that is the real uniqueness of your work. Since there's since there's very limited literature on the matter, specifically to this rapid adoption of technology by many, so it's a little bit more than just distance learning, because people were forced into this modality. So there's a lot of technology adoption issues that would have come up into this, and that technology adoption and the technology divide might impact both the teacher and the learner significantly, you know? So to have the data and show the data, that would be something very rich. A matter of fact, you could publish some of that data in the newspaper, because it would be quite a current piece of information that is there, since the literature is very terse on that matter, you know?
okay,
All right, so walk me through the conclusion again.
all right. So based on the research done, it can be concluded that there are limitations that hinder online teaching and learning. Limitations in the sense of internet availability, internet accessibility, internet affordability.
What percentage was this like? Was it 80% of the teachers have this problem, or 40% of the students? What was it like? I am particularly interested in this because I am at an academic institution. So this could tell me that out of the sample I just surveyed, which is pretty small, 90% of those persons have some electronic device, as opposed to 2%. Was the electronic device availability more for the teachers as opposed to the students, you know? So we need that type of specificity of data and some graphical presentation of that. That will be very impactful. Not to be discourteous now, I'm even leaning on the side that the data might not have been collected properly, because you alluded to the graphs, the wonderful graphs and so on. You have a very small sample size, very little literature. The data would be the high point of your presentation, but there's no presentation of data. You're just giving general things now, and it's not being supported by data. You're just summarizing it for us, and I think that you might have robbed your audience of some value there. I will pause at this stage and allow Dr. Mar to continue. But Dr. Mar, could you make sure that we get some feedback specifically from one of the 25 panel participants that are here?
Okay, and thanks, Jason. All right, so the point is though, and let me just continue through the panelists, and then we're going to open it to the floor, and again start to think about what you may, because I mean this topic itself should be burning, and you must have some kind of question that you'd like to pose to Jason, who has studied this problem, and so have your question ready. If you and as I said, you can either have your hand up, otherwise I can call on you. So one way or the other, you should have your question ready. Sabro?
Morning again. Morning, sir, bro. I'm on the hearing you know. There's some distortion in the.
Yeah, Mr. Brown, I think you're yeah, you sound better now. Yeah.
Okay. Was my headset.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my apologies for that. I was asking, was it just one school or several schools?
Well, as I said, it was teachers who teach in St. Catherine. So it wasn't really a school body. It was more like, I know that Mr. Marr teach at Vectors, Mr. Campbell teach at Woolmars, but these are places within St. Catherine, so I just look up those teachers, got to them, asked them if they would be interested in conducting in filling out a questionnaire for me, and based on the response, this is how these questionnaires were distributed.
Okay. If it is possible, I don't know if it is possible at this time to get a view of the schools, because that would help to position your research as to whether or not it is really representative of St. Catherine. Because it is likely that the teachers maybe say of two schools, and the two schools, let's say in Portmore. And that would not necessarily reflect the entire St. Catherine. So I think that would be an important thing to get as part of the research. I really believe this is an exciting research. This is information that is current and something that the Jamaica wants to see. And you could, as Mr. Graham had mentioned, this is something you could publish. But the information presented is a little limited, and I know Mr. Graham had mentioned as well. So those graphical information that you would have had from Google is going to be important. Another thing I was thinking of is in terms of you mentioned that you had done both qualitative and quantitative. Was that equal? In other words, did you do the telephone conversations with all the persons and the Google Forms with all the persons, or was it a mix? How was that done?
All right, for the questionnaire, the questionnaire was sent out to the 20 persons, 20 students and 20 teachers, and the interviews was done with random teachers over the telephone. So what I did was, like, from the responses I got, I asked some of the teachers if they have any other sources that they know that lives in St. Catherine and teaches in Catherine, and if I could speak to them, and then based on the response, I was able to contact a few, not much, probably 5 or 7, and have a discussion with them as to how they feel, what they are doing now, how they think they can move forward, what are the strengths and weaknesses with this new way of life, teaching to the students. But I just spoke to the graphical representation. I have the Google Forms questionnaires up. If you want, I can share them on the screen so you guys can get an insight or a view of it. I have no problem doing that.
That would be good. But before you go to that, so you mentioned that the telephone conversation included persons outside of the 20.
Yes.
Okay, so all right, so that means you had a sample size a little larger than the 20. The 20 would have been for your Google form, and then the additional number that would have gone beyond the 20. Was that also represented in your research?
The research paper, but not in this presentation, because as I say, it wasn't much persons that interviewed via the phone. But due to all the integrity, I just want to maintain the integrity of the research by saying I did do that. just based on the size, 5 wasn't really represented right here in the presentation.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for this presentation and the research. I outside of what is being done here, I believe it is something that would be worthwhile for you to continue on.
Thank you, sir, bro.
Sure.
Okay. Thanks very much, Sabro. Mr. Campbell, can you explain?
Thank you, Dr. Mar. Jason, what I'm going to do is make a few recommendations. So like the others who went before me, yes, it's a very topical issue and one that clearly would spark interest in any sphere or arena. So given what my first colleague would have spoken to, I think it's important for you to state the limitations of this study. So you in your write-up, please have a section for limitations to the study, and one of them would be the limited literature you have, and then you have just reason for the limited literature, given that this is a very, quote unquote new paradigm, so to speak. So the kinds of research that you or literature that you'll be able to find would be quite limited. So state that as one of the limitations to the study. Also, you should have a section in there that looks at the scope of future research, because a topic like this is highly researchable, and it would be unreasonable of anyone in this forum to expect you to go the full gamut of what is expected of a topic like this in terms of returning towards a full body of research on something that is so vast and widespread. So you should speak to the scope for future research. So someone could take this and look at it nationally rather than just restricted to St. Catherine. And the findings would be very, very useful, certainly to the government. And, well, the Ministry of Education and by extension, the government of Jamaica. Just to go back to something that Mr. Brown said, I think it's very important. If you look at the persons who you spoke with from the different schools, if they're indeed all homogeneous to Portmore, then I would suggest that you change the research population to Portmore and not use St. Catherine. So if you go back and check and they're all from that cluster, if they're all from within Portmore, then say Portmore, not St. Catherine, because St. Catherine is such so many different areas to St. Catherine. And then what you probably do is end up exposing yourself to the data not being representative of the entire St. Catherine. So hopefully they're all from Portmore, and chances are they are, given where you're from. And so you would know, stay within Portmore and not St. Catherine, which still makes the research, well, it doesn't compromise the integrity of the research, just restricts it to a different kind of population frame. And that makes life easier for you, because all you're doing is just changing the population from which you would have pulled your sample. Just to speak back to something that a question was asked by my colleague about the sample size, but you have to be very careful. Don't mix the sample for the quantitative with the sample for the qualitative. So what you did by restricting the 20 for the quantitative is correct. There's nothing wrong with that. So you speak to them independent. They're independent samples. You can't lump them together and say this is a sample for the research, because the quantitative approach is entirely different from the qualitative approach. So the 5 or so people you would have interviewed, you treat that separately from the sample that you would have pulled for the quantitative research. So the 20 you have, if you send out the questionnaires for those 20 persons, because those are the ones who are quantitatively researching, that is fine. The other 5, those are the ones representing the qualitative side, that is fine. What you need to do, you're looking at the qualitative side, you're just trying to get people's views and opinions. So this is where bias is now introduced. You're getting their opinions on this whole thing. So that's a completely different kind of outcome from what you get from a quantitative research where you're now making inferences. So all of these conclusions that I'm seeing here, to me, seems to be based on your quantitative work, which is fine. So don't mix them, keep them separate. You did mixed methods, and that's fine. So the quantitative component will perhaps answer maybe a different set of questions. So again, look back at your aims and expectations and align the responses from the quantitative with the ones that it's answering, align the responses from the qualitative with the ones that it's responding to. So remember, at the end of the day, what you're trying to do is just answer your research questions. So again, I like the topic, very topical, as I said. You had a challenge, limited literature on this, so make sure you state that clearly as one of the limitations. And when you do that, you don't leave yourself open or exposed to any criticism. So the final note is, with the whole issue of the charts and so on, just make sure you include those in the final research. So to show the data that represents your conclusion. So one would know that you did not just, these are not your opinions, but these are based on the research that you did. And if you have it in Google, that means you can easily put them in your report. So those are my comments and recommendations, but I like the topic.
Thank you.
All right, just finally, Jason, I'll tell you, I mean, in terms of the topic, in terms of what the data needs to show, that is why everyone is asking about the data, because I had also made a note regarding showing the data, and I think the impact of the study would have just been so heightened, and then would sort of brought a lot of interest, a lot of the questions that would come would I think be spurred up by the data. The only other thing I'm just going to add here is I'm still not sure if your understanding of the theoretical framework and purpose of it, that you have a clear understanding. So something you need to just take a quick look at again to ensure that you understand that the framework is informing the research itself, so and helps in terms of determine the tools, what tools look like, the methodology, and so on. All right. I have a question coming, and I'd like to Leighton Witter has raised his hand regarding a question. So let me try and get the audience involved. Leighton, you can just unmute your mic and go ahead.
Yeah, man. I'm here. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Wilson. Away from the direct reporting of the research question, did you find that there was more internet disruption between any of the two networks? Did any network particularly have more than usual disruptions, as that might lead to persons have you would give persons who have not yet received a provider the best possible option to connect to in that area, in the area of Portmore. So did any of the network providers, did you see any unusual disruptions between any of the two, higher than usual?
Yes, sir, good morning. Yes, there was. Most of the persons reported that Flow had a more downtime due to technicalities more than digital. But those are opinions, and those are, I doubt these persons have facts. I am a Flow subscriber, so I can attest to it that sometimes, even working from home, it poses its challenges.
Jason, what percentage of the sample suggested that Flow or Digicel might have been more problematic?
Let me look at it. Give me a second. From the sample size of 20, out of the 9 that used Flow, 3 said that.
Jason, could you just put that on the screen for the benefit of all of us? Thanks.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed, Jason.
So based on the graphical view, Mr. Witter, do I need to proceed any further?
That was, you actually answered the question. It was just the support for Mr. Graham that that really brings so.
Okay. So as I was saying, Mr. Graham, I do have the graph, but due to the interest of time for the presentation, I just didn't really include all the graphs. So I do have them for both students and teachers. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you, Jason.
Okay.
I have another question from O'Neill. O'Neill, can you just unmute and ask?
All right. Afternoon again, Jason.
Good afternoon, O'Neill.
Yeah, man. Are you satisfied with the result of your findings? That's one question. And will you be continuing further with this report? Apart from your submission at the end of it, will you be doing any more research on it? Because it seems to be very, very interested.
It's a very interesting topic, O'Neill, and it did bring a lot of excitement when inquiring and getting the responses and seeing how we can transition to this new way of life. Because even while we are doing this course now, there are times that we have online courses with Dr. Moore, and what we realized that time was a challenge for most of us to get. And you know, sometimes at work you can't really log on to your personal things. But I won't say yes, but I won't say no. So pursuing is beyond the report. You understand? But as it relates to my yes?
If we give you a failing grade, would that encourage you to continue with the research?
Wow.
I'm just being sarcastic.
I'm sorry, I thought I blackmailed, man. Wow. Blackmail.
Wow.
That's intended to be humor, Mr. Jason. But it's just that I think that the work is so relevant.
No,
and not much work is being done in Jamaica about this. And a unique opportunity I am seeing where you could actually publish a paper and even be somewhat of an authority on how we navigate in this new norm, because come September, a lot of institutions, universities, high schools are going to have a lot of challenge navigating this space. So continuing the work would definitely allow you to be some authority on the matter, and people could probably refer to you as such. And that is why I am trying to provide some sort of an encouragement for you to really own the work outside of just a grade.
Stanford, you probably should mention the revenue generating opportunities of it. Maybe then you'll get it attention.
Yes, and that as well, you know. So this is good work. And even more so the data, nobody in Jamaica have this data. Nobody in the world have this data about Jamaica. So you have a unique set of information here. If you continue with it, you could be an authority in this area. I'm sure there's no research groups in Jamaica and around the world which is asking the question, how did the world adjust to these new norms? So I'm saying that you probably should seriously consider making some more time to work with this type of research. It could define a career for you. You may be surprised.
Thank you for your insight. And as I said before, I'm not saying no, I'm not saying yes. But right now, as it relates to the evidence brought forward with this research so far, am I satisfied to answer O'Neill's question? Not really, because the sample was within St. Catherine. You understand? And I know this probably is affecting persons outside of St. Catherine, especially in the rural areas. I was watching the news there last night where I saw where Maypen got 2 convenient locations with internet access. So I see where they are trying to make steps to actually get people more accessible to the internet coming September. So I'm seeing where there's a lot more data to be collected. There's a lot more issues to flesh out, but right now, with the COVID-19 pandemic, movement is restricted, and I'm not trying to be out there in the presence of others with uncertainty. So that's why I said my answer is not really definite no or definite yes. It's just right now, I'm not looking to take it on right now. If that's a better answer for you, Mr. Graham.
But I don't think it's Mr. Graham necessarily want an answer per se. I think it's some amount of encouragement in terms of even moving ahead. And I think, you know, in some of the decisions being taken by the government, question is what is informing those decisions, you know? And that's why that just brings the importance of what you are doing. So anyway, we can talk about it that you know after you have gotten your grade. All right. All right. So I'm going to call on the other group now. And thanks very much, Jason. And thanks for the work that you have done, time that you have taken, and so on. And okay, so I'm going to be calling up on the OAT group, and they can get prepared. So start doing that before we get going, and then let me know. Also, make a know who's going to be sharing. You can let me know that as well. Thanks again, Jason.
All right, thanks again to the panel members and to Mr. Smith and Mr. Witter for your questions. All right, thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Thea Collins from the group OAT. I'll be sharing.
All right. Let me just mention, I know that each of you will be active in the presentation itself. So what you just work out amongst yourself, at what point each of you will be taking over the mic, and those of you who are not presenting would just mute your microphone. All right, so when you're not speaking, just mute the microphone.
Ready? Amar?
Are we ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
No, hold on a sec. Just mute the microphone if you're not speaking. And don't start it. Mr. Graham may not be ready. Okay, gentlemen, you can go ahead and just introduce the group, introduce the members of the group, and then proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Omar Query.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aldine Minot.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thea Collins, and we are Group Oath, and we are presenting on social media influence during Jamaica's 2016 general election.
All right, good afternoon, all.
Our objectives today is our research question, our introduction, the theoretical framework, the method, and the presentation of data. The research question that was formulated by Group Oath is, how did the use of social media affect voter participation in Kingston during the 2016 general election in Jamaica?
Amar.
Oh, sorry, the mic was mute. The aim of our study is to highlight the importance of social media as an influential tool in political campaigning. Our two main expectations are that, one, we expect to outline the various benefits of using social media as a tool of influence that can persuade potential voters. We also expect that it will come to realization that social media is the most preferential medium of communication. I now hand over to Theo.
Afternoon, everyone. The literature review focuses on previous researches that were done on the topic. We are focusing on voters' participation and social media. I'll start with the definition of social media. Boyd and Ellison in 2008 defined social media as a platform to create profile, make explicit and traverse relationships. This means that social media can help to create relationships across different areas, such as ethnic and belief groups. It also helps to facilitate the sharing of our thoughts and ideas. Cambridge Dictionary defines voter as a person who votes or has legal right to vote in an election. Okay, why do we vote? Does anybody have any answer to why we vote? Okay. Hardner and Krasnick.
We vote for a reason. Vote for who we think will do better for the country and for the people.
All right. I'll share some factors behind voting. Hardner and Krasnick in 2008 listed some social and psychological factors behind voting, such as age, group solidarity, and habit. First, I'll look at age. Their research shows that with age, persons are more likely to vote when they are making the transition from early adulthood to middle age, since they would have seen some issues with their country's policies or political parties and hope that their vote will help to bring a change. In addition to age, the research also shows that elderly folks are less likely to participate in political activities due to the decline of physical strength and mobility. Secondly, I look at group solidarity. It says that persons who strongly identify with a particular group will vote in favor of that group. And the last factor is habit. Hardner and Krasnick said that voting is habitual. They said that if you have voted once, then there's a possibility that you may vote again. The other point, a research done by Jennifer Aker and Victoria Chang looks at how Barack Obama implemented social media into his campaign and used it effectively. Their research shows that Barack Obama, during his 2008 presidential campaign, had used YouTube to convey his message to his supporter. On the platform, he had 149,258 subscribers compared to McCain, 28,343 subscribers. This helped Obama to raise $1.5 million with the help of his supporters without attending any political fundraisers. The next point we look at by S. Tamerlin, 2017, said, social media plays a huge part in politics where one bad decision can end up costing the political candidate their chance at the poll. With how fast messages can spread through social media and its extent, one have to be careful about what they post on social media because it can be used against them in future references. Social media influences us in many ways. Karoma said in 2008 that social media influences our decision-making process. He said when shopping online, customers rely on reviews or comments made by previous buyers on whether or not to purchase the product. If the reviews are positive, then they will make a purchase. If the review is negative, then they will avoid the product. Social media can provide information about potential voters. Is anyone familiar with the Cambridge Analytica scandal involving Facebook?
I am.
Anyone? Who answered?
This is Rashid speaking.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll speak on it. Harry Davis in 2018 did an investigation into the scandal, where he reported that Facebook allowed Cambridge Analytica to collect data from users without their permission. The data collected was used to create political messages to target voters based on their preferences. Twitter is very popular amongst politicians, Effin said in 2011. His research shows that politicians who use Twitter to interact with their voters saw an increase in their votes. Voters like candidates who are engaging, said Gerodimus and Justinian in 2014. Their research looked at Obama during his 2012 presidential campaign, how he used Facebook as a promotional tool to interact with his voters and to give them a glimpse into his daily activities, which was not common at the time. For we all know that people vote for those who they can relate to. And the final point comes from Nicholas A. Christakis and James H. Fowler. They spoke about the 3 degrees of influence rule. In their book titled, Connected, the Surprising Power of Our Social Networks and How They Shape Our Life, spoke about the 3 degrees of influence rule. It states that anything we do or say has a ripple effect throughout social media, where one post can affect one friend, which is known as the 1st degree, then another friend, which is known as the 2nd degree, and then a friend's friends, which is known as the 3rd degree. To conclude the literature review, we have seen where previous researches have shown how effective social media can be when used correctly. I turn over to Mr. Minot.
For the theoretical framework, 4 theories were looked at for the construction. Theories that explains how messages are distributed over various social media platforms and how they affect users and their participation in politics were explored. The framework was constructed with communication, social media, and politics as the variables guiding the theory. The magic bullet theory or the hypodermic theory model was the first theory to be explored, and it was one of the earliest ways of thinking about how the mass media influenced the audience. It suggests also that we are all the same and we all respond to media messages in the same way, and it implies that the messages are shot at a passive and impressionable audience. Furthermore, the theory assumes that the media creates messages with a specific purpose, which is to provoke a particular response. The effects of the media's bullets or syringes are immediate, powerful, and often result in swift behavior changes. Therefore, what this theory is saying is that it is useless for people to try and resist the influence of the media. The second theory to be explored was the agenda setting theory. So someone might state that an agenda has to be set or decide which issues are important enough to be discussed. This theory basically states that the agenda determines which issues are worth talking about. When the media set the agenda, the public responds in kind by discussing, debating, and possibly advocating for change based on the information received from the media. The agenda setting theory also works in reverse. This means that when or if the media fails to address an issue, if it fails to advance an agenda, or if it becomes marginalized and even ignored, the theory assumes that the media shapes reality instead of reflecting it. Therefore, the agenda setting theory is saying that the more attention that the media pays to an issue, the more likely the public will agree that it is important. The third theory to be explored was the theory of political participation. And this theory challenged many assumptions and findings of previous works in the field, and it put forward the role of social networks as a critical factor influencing the decision to turn out. The theory further argues that the casual story behind the usual correlates of turnout, such as education and income, runs through social networks rather than through cultural capital and civic resources. And these are usually thought of as the main drivers for political participation. The last and final theory that we explored was the uses and gratifications theory. And this theory assumes that people use media to satisfy specific wants and needs. Uses and gratifications sees users as active agents who have control over their media consumption. And the theory relied on two principles. These are media users are active in their selection of the media they consume, and users are aware of their reasons for selecting different media options. Taken together, uses and gratifications theory stresses the power of the individual over the power of the media, implying that individuals' differences mediate the relationship between media and their effects. This results in media effects being driven as much as the media users and by the media content itself. Therefore, what the uses and gratifications theory is saying is that if people takes in the same media message, each individual will not be impacted by the message in the same way. I now turn over to Mr. Collins, who will discuss our tools.
Okay, the tools used to collect the data were online databases, which was Google Scholar. Survey was done using Google Forms and the questionnaire as well. We focused on the residents of Kingston, Jamaica. The approach we took included primary data, which is a survey and a questionnaire. The survey was done, as I said earlier on, using Google Form, and the questionnaire, which we had emailed to the Electoral Office of Jamaica. And the secondary data was collected on Google Scholar and other websites. I'll turn over to Amar with the findings.
Thanks, Theo. Okay, so I'll be outlining our main findings in the next couple of slides. And these are based on feedback from persons that took part in the questionnaire and interview. Okay, so a total of 107 persons participated in the questionnaires, of which 90% stated that they are active social media users. Most persons use over 3 social media platforms. As the chart depicts, there is hardly anyone that uses just one single platform, and only 6% as shown on the chart, with 51% using more than 3 social media platforms. People are more likely to search for information on the internet in the form of social media or web pages. So basically, this tells you that people tend to turn to social media first before consider looking at any other form of medium for information. And with the popularity of smartphones, this only makes it easier. So television, your print media, and even your radio are really utilized by the majority. Okay, the primary purpose for using social media, we're looking for information, socializing with friends, and for sharing. So basically you see that these are the three main reasons why most persons use social media. Campaign ads are more likely to be heard or seen on the internet, the television, your radio, or even your print media. When the question was asked, who else do you include in your social media networks? Unanimously, the internet was more victorious. Sorry, let's get back to this slide. Who else, when the question was asked, who else do you include in your social media networks? It is clear that influential pages were more included in most persons' social network with 23%. 20% stated that business was more important for their networking, while politicians were the least important to be in their social network. And this took up a merely 10% of the percentage of participants. So 28.3 persons stated that they voted in the last election. So 71.7% stated that they did not vote. Most decisions made based on the information received through social media. So approximately 81% of the respondents have made some form of decision based on information they had received through social media. Using social media as a means of advertisement during political campaign is most appealing to persons between ages 18 and 35. So here we see that the ages between 18 and 35 believe that social media would be a useful tool during political campaigning. Other age group, for instance, 50, 55 onwards, found the use of social media to be less appealing, as they are not very avid users of these mediums. 50.7% have seen some form of advertisement, post, or status relating to politics or on social media. Majority of these ads were reported to be seen on Facebook, Instagram, and the television, with 91.6% of respondents admitted that these materials seen had intrigued their interest in voting in the election. 72% believe that advertisement on social media is a good idea for campaigners to reach out to voters. Respondents share that using social media would allow these political parties to reach a lot of persons, as it is highly used, it is easily accessible, and is a source of information for most. Next slide. Okay, as the chart depicts, when we ask the participants who are more engaged in the use of social media during the election, 70% of them claims that JLP was more engaged, while 29% claimed that PNP was more engaged, and merely 1% claimed that NDM was more engaged. 67% agree that the role of the social media influenced the outcome of the 2016 general election. And most of the influence came mostly from the Facebook platform, which was the most dominant, followed by your Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube, respectively. Whenever engaging the public and doing advertisement, social media is the most effective platform. And of course, we know that there are other traditional means of advertising, such as the radio, your television, even your newspaper. However, when it comes to convenience, flexibility, and effectiveness, social media is the most effective. A small portion of respondents did not quite agree, though, claiming that it would not be as effective. And this stems from the idea that other mediums plays an important role in how we communicate today. All right, 75%, 79.5% agreed that social media is a more captivating way to get potential voters' attention. All right, so when asked if they were urged to vote based on a political party reaching out to them on social media, 36% stated that they would vote based on the nature in which messages were conveyed. 30% say that they would, given the constant engagement by a party via social media. 9% say that they would, due to the fact that party reaches out to voters on social media. And 25% stated that they wouldn't. They have no influence at all to vote. All right, so the following two slides, I'll outline the responses obtained from interviews at the Electoral Office of Jamaica. And they say that during the 2016 general election, communication methods that were used are Facebook, Twitter, newspaper, radio, television, press conferences, workshops, and presentations were all used leading up to the event. However, they were not able to confirm how influential these methods were in increasing the public's interest to vote. So basically, there was nothing on record to prove what role or influence, if any, that social media had on the outcome of the election. Social media is a good way for political parties to access more potential voters. And this was coming from staff of the EOJ. They strongly believe that social media would play a key role in the future if it is fully implemented where election campaigning is concerned. All right. So no clear evidence as to which party was most active in using social media to engage voters. And this was so because there were no dedicated monitoring of the frequency of these activities, and no database are being kept to provide such information. All right. Compared to traditional political campaign activities, social media in general is a growing medium to reach persons overall. And this again shows the power of social media and how effective it can be if it is utilized in the correct way. All right. Lack of data to indicate if there was an increase in voters' participation based on the communication tactics used. So they really didn't have any evidence to really pinpoint whether or not voters were influenced based on how information was carried across, right? So I will now turn over to Mr. Minot for our recommendations and our conclusion.
All right, thanks, Omar. So in response to our research question, social media had little or no significant effect on voters' participation during the 2016 general election, and this was a surprise to the group. And this was because only a mere 28.3% of the respondents voted in the last election, based on the surveys that was carried out. Additionally, 23.8% consulted social media before making a decision. Meanwhile, only a meager 8.4% were intrigued to vote based on advertisements seen on social media and web pages. However, in spite of our conclusion, majority of the respondents believed that the Jamaica Labour Party, the JLP, was more engaging during the 2016 general election. Also that social media had influenced the outcome of the election, with Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter accounting for this influence. Recommendations that we would like to issue to the EOJ or the Electoral Commission of Jamaica is that they should initiate studies on the influence of social media on voters' participation during both the general election and by-elections. Also that the government should create or implement strategies that would allow social media to become a medium for advertisement and campaigns during both the general and by-elections across all parishes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the end of our presentation, and we want to thank you for your time and thank you for listening, and we will now be accepting questions and comments from the panel and also from our audience. Good afternoon.
All right, thank you very much, Team OAT, for a very engaging and thorough presentation. Let me just, go across the panelists, and then we can also take questions from the audience. All right. I don't want to pick on you right away, Mr. Graham. Just to put a little variance in there. How about you, Mr. Campbell? You want to go first?
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mara. So Team Vote, is it?
Yeah.
All right. So
yes, sir.
I watched, I listened, and I found your presentation to be quite engaging and well structured. So you did, in my mind, what was expected of you. All right. In terms of the research effort, my question to you though is why do you consider something like this to be researchable? In the sense that, well, let me not qualify the question. Why do you think something like this is researchable?
Well, based on the influence of social media, we would look at how it can help voters if they study the aspect behind of it, as how it can contribute to them reaching out to the potential voters and what methods they can use to get persons to vote for them.
This is a pure, there's a follow-on response?
Yes, sir. So additionally, the increase of mobile technology, namely smartphone, tablets, etc., and smartwatches, we are now engaging, information technology is now engaging more persons across a wide scale and different platforms. So the fact that we saw what happened in the previous election and a lot of persons saying that it was the cause of social media which influenced that turnout or that outcome, we decided to try and see what evidence there was. And so we turned this into an actual research question.
All right, and use a very key term there, evidence. So so it's a purely quantitative research, purely quantitative effort.
Yeah.
All right.
No, sir.
So you said yes, Theo?
Yeah, I was saying that it's mixed. Sir.
Oh, it's mixed.
The survey.
All right. All right. Now why I asked that question?
The questionnaire.
Okay. Why I asked that question when you were looking at your conclusions, I believe one of the members would have said, you were surprised at the results. And if you are surprised, it therefore means that in your mind or in your headspace, you have already formed an opinion of what you think the outcome should be, which you ought not to do for quantitative research. So it seemed like you had a particular expectation already, even before you embarked on the research. And for quantitative research, you should not do that. It should be highly objective. So the results came as a surprise, obviously, because you were expecting otherwise. So you should be open-minded about what the results will tell you. I mean, for me too, they were surprising. That I anecdotally speaking, anybody would believe that social media would have some significant impact on voting. And so it begs the question. So now I am asking for your opinion. Why do you think the results were so skewed?
Well, the result was that way simply because majority of the persons who took part in the survey, they did not vote in the previous election, and that is why I came to the conclusion to say that this, in spite of what we arrived at, the persons who did not vote, they were the ones who suggested or claimed that social media did in fact influence the result of the election, of the 2016 election.
They're saying that the social media influenced them not to vote. That's what
No, social media, it did not influence, there was no influence on their part to vote. And they because of this, they did not vote in the last election. So when we get the information, we could not have concluded based on the fact that they did not vote. So all of the persons who actually voted, we used to cast or to arrive at our conclusion.
So you discarded the ones that did not vote.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. A final question. I noticed you looked at a number of theories. Why so many theories? Why? I mean, one felt like you would have pulled one or two of interest that clearly highlights or defines the framework for what you're doing. But why would you speak to so many different theories? Is it that you utilized all of them in conducting research, or it's just a matter of exposure?
Well, it indeed is a matter of exposure, and also we wanted to diversify or to see or indulge in the effect of the different theories and apply it to what the paper would actually turn out to be. Because when we spoke about the hypodermic theory model, and the last theory that we looked at was the uses and gratifications theory. And the reason why we intertwine these two theories is that the hypodermic theory model, or the magic bullet, states that a wide audience, the message is injected into that audience and the effects are immediate, as which one might perceive that based on how quickly information transmit over the internet, that the hypodermic theory model could actually take effect. But we looked at the uses and gratification theory, which actually says that people are the ones who determine their media usage and determine what they get from the media, which is contrast to what the magic bullet theory says. Because the magic bullet theory is saying that the effects are often swift and immediate and powerful, while the uses and gratification theory says that, listen, the people who consume the media, these people actually determine how they would respond and how they would react. So we know that let me not say we know. We were on the assumption that, all right, if we intertwine these two theories, then it could apply to the population sample.
Okay. All right, thank you. Over to you, Doc.
All right. So like Aldine is a duck. All right. Let's. All right. All right. Let me turn it over to Mr. Brown and then to Mr. Graham.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Mar. All right. I noted that you had 107 participants. Was any concern given to the age range of the participants? I know in terms of Jamaica, there is quite a number of discussion around what group of the population that actually vote, and some of that is around the age. Did you make any consideration for that?
No, there weren't any particular focused on a specific age group. So it was a mixture of all age groups.
Okay. And in terms of the population, for, well, the sample for your study, well, I noted it is Kingston, but how did you ensure that it represented Kingston?
Do you want to answer that, Theo?
Okay, well, based on the questions that we had sent out, like you had to select your area that you're located. And based on the data that we received, at least 34% came from Kingston.
Okay. And was it like one particular area in Kingston, or did you ensure you have from different communities within Kingston?
No, it was just Kingston. You just select where you're located. And,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm particularly impressed with your attention to the literature review and the framework. So by the time you get to presenting the data, I had a very good idea as to what are the things I should have in mind when I consider the data. And I was impressed as well with the representation of the data that you had. So overall, I find this presentation of your research to be very good. And I thank you for making this presentation today. That's it for me.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Graham.
All right. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I concur with the last panelists about the quality of the research. You seem to have made an effort to show a certain quality of work, and I'm really impressed with it. Let me just ask, who is your supervisor that guides your work? Who is your supervisor?
Dr. Moore.
Okay, great. All right. So this presentation is a little bit different, or closer to what we would consider to be an acceptable standard for a research. I particularly like the research questions that you ask and how you use the literature to try to address those questions, and that was very good. This was probably the first presentation where I could do a direct correlation between the literature, the research questions, and the literature to support it. I'm also equally impressed with the rigor for which you look at the different theories that were there. And you even went even further to concatenate two theories to develop a framework of some sort. It would also be good if you could have a table that compare and contrast, and also to give reason why you have detailed reason why you have put the two together. So that is very good. There's a lot of research, I believe, about the influence on social media in other countries. Whilst I understand that you're looking at Jamaica, I do believe there's an opportunity where you could have also looked, I don't know if I've missed that in the presentation, where you could have looked at how social media have influenced the last US election, how social media and agents, state agents from other countries use social media to influence the outcome of elections in America, the Brexit polls and also in Europe. Even recently, Facebook have closed down. They claim about 139 thereabout sites which came from a country close to Russia that was putting out content to suggest that they're a legitimate news agency and their intention is to influence elections not only in America but around the world. So there's clearly evidence to support some correlation between social media impact and that in an election outcomes. Perhaps whilst your population size was pretty encouraging, over 100, you indicated that the person who have not voted indicated that social media might not be impactful to them, and that is understandable. But I do believe if a little more research is done, I do think that there might be, and again I might be biased here, I do think that social media might have a more impact on the younger people as opposed to older persons who might cling more to traditional type of information source to inform themselves of political views. And it would also be interesting to see if those persons who are diehards, those people who would consider them to be dieharded Jamaica Labour Party or PMP, how does social media influence those persons? Does it impact them any at all? Do they sway to the other side because of social media? So I do think that this is a research that should be continuing, even more so that we have an election that might be imminent this year, both in Jamaica and the US, to see the impact of social media on people's perceptions and the way in which they vote. So that's merely a broad comment about what is it you have done. Specific questions now. Could you just go back to your results for me? And how do these results compare to anything that you might have come across in theory? How does these results vary? How do you compare? Now that you have some type of theoretical framework that you're using, how did your results compare to that benchmark that you have set? Speak to me about that.
All right, sir. So regarding the framework and what the findings that we got is that indeed social media does have effect on the group. However, it's not as swift or immediate effect as what the hypodermic or magic bullet theory stated. It is more the uses and gratifications theory which allowed the respondent to actually determine what they would want or how they would react to whatever message it is regarding to politics. Whatever reaction they would give would be based on what they would want and not what the message is actually telling them to do. So that's one.
Could that be a part of the die-hearted attitude that people have regarding voting?
It could be, and also it could be that they don't see social media as a particular mean to actually get them out. They would have probably rather the more traditional gate-to-gate kind of interaction rather than social media. As more persons actually said that if they would have actually voted if persons came to them, individually to their gate. While other persons said that if it is that the political party was following up on them on social media, they would see the interest to actually turn out.
In other words, your statement, your campaign ads are more likely to be heard and seen on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Whilst that is the case, it might not have the impact that the political persons are having. So therefore, a political campaign can have very little social media, but spend more time in gate-to-gate campaigning and might have a much larger impact on the polls than spending time on social media. That's what that would seem to be suggesting, right?
That's correct. And again, when we get the responses, persons who did not voted in the last election, they were the ones who assumed that social media had the influence, and that is why we could not have used these persons as a legitimate evidence to say that yes, there was an influence based on this.
So you have excluded. So you're saying you have excluded those persons whose social media impacted?
It impacted them, but they did not vote because we are looking at the previous election. It had an impact.
Voted.
That's correct. In order for us to make the legitimate conclusion to say that yes, there was an impact. As I said, despite of our conclusion, the majority of the respondents they decided that yes, there was an impact, and Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, these social media platforms were the top 3 platforms which actually accounted for such result.
What about the age group within these percentage that you have looked at? Because I believe that the age group might reflect different behavior.
Yeah, Theo can answer that.
If you notice the political leaderships, they're putting a lot of effort on social media because they're probably targeting a particular age group.
Yeah. Theo?
Yeah, well, based on the survey, it said that ages between 18 and 35 found social media to be most appealing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, this is good research. I think you should continue with it, and I definitely like the way in which you go about it. The only concern I have, when you talk about why do we vote, I was wondering how does that impact the overall thing? And that's, why do we vote and the impact on social media, how those correlated. But that's fine. But I believe that your work could have started off with an antecedent to say that social media have been used by other countries or state actors to influence voters in different polls. So you speak about a general situation, and then you come down to our own region or Jamaica, as opposed to just jumping straight into the research question. But that aside, I really think that this is good work and should be a part of the poster work that represents Vector. You have done a very good job. And I hope that you will be persuaded to continue with this type of research even after you have received a grade. I won't use the truth that I used the last time because I might not be well received, but you should continue with this type of work, all right?
All right, sir, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, guys, I will just echo a lot of the views of our panelists in terms of the quality of the work. Obviously, you guys put in quite a bit of time and effort. And of course, I mean, as Mr. Graham had mentioned, and what I think this piece of research does, it is going to be the basis, I believe, in terms of the design of kind of follow research. It also shows that the EOJ may be exactly what it is, an independent body that's going to give you they're not going to tell you one way or the other, but the fact is that, as you are mentioning, they really have they really have little or no evidence in making a determination, and as I said, maybe they don't want to. The other thing, of course, is that it now gives you a basis, because many of those questions that was asked by all the panelists, I guess, I mean, could be explored even further, especially the age part of it, the fact that the persons who actually determine the election results in Jamaica, we know it's just a narrow band of persons that do swing the election results from one side to the next. And then, of course, that age thing is very important, and using the framework, the theories in terms of especially in terms of those statements regarding why persons exhibit certain behaviors, what kind of influence that they have, and that social media has on their behavior. And that last thing about what's happening in the United States and other places shouldn't be overlooked, because it is like I think we should expect that certain of these actions to influence voting will, if not if it's going to get here, but it is going to get here, and so we probably need to be looking at that ahead of time. All right, thanks. All right, so thanks, folks. All right, so now from the audience, let's have a few questions from the audience. And I will pinpoint anybody unless I hear no questions. All right, go ahead, Jason. You have to unmute, Jason. Unmute and ask.
Good afternoon again, Oath.
Good afternoon.
So looking at the presentation, it was well done. I can say that. But my question is, as Mr. Graham said, that social media has influence for persons probably overseas, but not really Jamaican. So what I think is the disparity between the US mass and the local mass that probably gears the US to be more influential by the social media platform than the Jamaican citizens. Not sure if that was highlighted in the research.
See, you want to answer? You want me to answer? Which one? You want to answer that?
Can go ahead.
All right. So we look before framing the question, research question. We were looking at it, and the thing about the US and social media is that these people are more responsive, and they look to social media mainly because of information reasons, while Jamaicans, we tend to do it for more pleasure or leisure. So while these people, they definitely tune into social media to get critical information and to make decisions, we wanted to see if we Jamaicans, if we actually do the same as them, if we do the same thing like them, or is it that we are strictly for pleasure, or is it for business? And hence, if Theo could go back to that slide that shows the amount of persons who engage, yeah, right there. So we see that persons actually use influential pages, right? And they don't see politicians as a major part of their social media consumption, right? Or the social media usage. While persons in the US, they use social media. Politicians probably the 23% there, That's my intake on it. So we wanted to do it locally to see if we could match up to them where politics and social media is concerned.
Thank you. I agree.
Did that answer the question, Jason?
Yeah, man, definitely.
Right.
Definitely.
Hey, Maury, let's go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Panelist and audience.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
I think the presentation was well done. The data was well presented. What I wanted to expound on, more than just a question, was the fact that what Mr. Graham said about the die-hearted person. I think that should have been a significant part of the research, whereas there are a lot of persons there who it doesn't matter about the social media influence or whatever there is, they'll always support one party, as we know. So I think that was the only thing that was missing per se from the presentation, but it was well done. That's all.
All right, Mr. Murray, thanks. I believe that.
Okay. Can I take the floor?
Yeah, go ahead, Theo. Go ahead. No
problem. Based on one of the factors behind voting, right? I look at group solidarity, where I had do like some edits because I had mentioned in the previous script that I had to expound on group solidarity. Like I was saying that, like we as Jamaicans, most of us are familiar with the term die-hearted, where if I live in an area or my parent, likely they will vote for JLP if JLP is the stronghold for that area. So we will vote for the JLP to appease with the group. So that is how I didn't look at the die-hearted. I just didn't expound on it based on time.
Thanks.
All right, I can take one more question if there's anybody else.
Dr. Mar, I've not heard a lady spoke since. Is there a lady amongst us?
Okay, this is not a boys' school, no? All right, so Shalmarie, you just jumped up at me. You want to add your voice, or Daniel? I mean, you can just do a comment if you don't have a question.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine, sir. What I wanted to know, because I'm a person who I'm a performance person. I think if I'm going to vote for somebody, there should be some level of performance. So I just wanted to find out if, based on the research, Aldine, if the research show that voters vote based on social media or they vote based on performance, the person who is actually being voted for.
Well, the based on how the research was structured, it was not structured to see about performance. It was more structured to see if the message that was sent via social media, if this could influence someone to actually get up out of their house or wherever and to actually vote. So it wasn't really about performance. And I guess performance would be intertwined in the message that was actually constructed. Because based on what the party or individual, what kind of plans they have, that would be structured in the actual message. So it was more focused on the message and not performance, rather.
Mr. Minot, if I might just add, during one spoke, yes, you seem to have suggested that persons rather to see the political representative and interact with them. That could be a performance preference of some of the voters when compared to a message on social media.
Well, yes, definitely that could be a performance because that could be a part of their strategy or plan. So yes, that's performance.
Yes, so that's what the young man asks. So therefore, your research seems to suggest that people might be more influenced by kinetic activities as opposed to verbal activities.
Okay, maybe I misinterpreted the question, Mr. Smith. Sorry about that. Well, yes, that's the answer.
Okay, folks, we need to move on. And team Boyeti, thank you again. Thanks for the hard work. And I think the work that you have done, as I said, as we're saying here, consideration to probably follow up, because as you see, there's a lot of questions that are, that you have sort of stimulated, and at the same time, it's a very important topic, especially as we're saying that there's an election coming up, and looking at the events and what has happened in territories close to us and what's happening across the world is something that we in Jamaica need to be concerned about. All right, so thanks again. And I'm going to now ask the final group, AP, to begin their preparation to present.
Good afternoon. I'm just waiting on my colleague to join. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone.
All right, just hold a second. Who's going to be sharing the screen?
That will be me.
Okay. All right, so give me a second here just to make sure that that panelists are both ready. Okay. Just checking to see whether or not any of the panelists need a little more time. All right. There'll be no answer. I'm going to turn this over to you, AT, Leighton, and Aquino. All right, so you can go ahead when you are ready.
Right, good afternoon, panelists, and members who decided to join us today. We'll be looking particularly, well, first an introduction. My name is Leighton Witter, and my colleague there is Aquino Reddy. All right, we'll be looking at how biohacking can assist the hearing impaired in Kingston, Jamaica, retrieve their auditory function. In particularly, we'll be looking at the cochlear implants and gene therapy. How well does the cochlear implant function, and is gene therapy a viable option? And what to expect from cochlear implants and their risks. All right, just a general definition of terms. The biohacking as defined by the Merriam-Webster website is a biological experimentation by gene editing or by use of drugs or implants due to the improvement of qualities, capabilities of living organisms, basically a better standard of life, quality of life, and the cochlear implant and gene therapy would fall into that. As described by John Hopkins' website, a cochlear implant is a small electronic device that electronically stimulates the cochlear nerve, or nerves for hearing basically. And gene therapy, according to the US National Library of Medicine, can be described as an experimental technique that uses genes to treat or prevent diseases. In the future, this technique may allow doctors to treat disorders by inserting a gene into a particular patient cell instead of using drugs or surgery. The statistical findings. Basically, we use the findings of the Satner Institute as time was limited and, well, not time, but the lockdown was in effect at that time, and we were looking at a particular demographic. Moreover, the Satner Institute provided a general overview of the island and its the hearing loss of the particular country. They studied over 1 million males and over 1 million females, with a slight higher than average females respondents. All right, this is the overview of their results. As you can see, it's a bit clustered, but here we find that we have a higher than normal female. The females in general, they had higher than normal averages of difficulty hearing, some difficulty, and the major difficulty occurs around 75 years and over. All right. The main persons that we'll be looking at is children and adults. There's two reasons for that. With children, they will have a particular learning disability, not just with hearing, but with speech as well. They hear what the reason you speak English is because you've heard it repetitively. So you come to speak English yourself, and the same thing with Spanish. Now, with the loss of the hearing, there's not much that can be done by way of oral communication. And the adults will be looked at as well. The reason for that, they had a higher than normal negative results, and that will come with aging. In a study by Hunten, titled Parents' Views on the Quality of Life of Their Children 2 to 3 years after the cochlear implant, as the name suggests, it's the recipients after receiving it, they were reviewed. The study is based on 36 Finnish children and their families. The children were 5 years of age and had received their implants at a median age of 2 years, 5 months range. The study found that 67% of the children use speech, 22% use speech and sign language, and 11%, representing the 11% range, use sign language as the main communication. A third of the children who had lesser problems in addition to the hearing impairment, the results found that the parents were most satisfied with their improved relations, communication, i.e. the spoken language. They also were pleased that the children were more safe in traffic and joining social and the hearing world. And also of note, the parents of the children, they reported that the cochlear implant affected their children in a wide variety of ways that could not be summarized by the scale. In a separate article, current trends in treating hearing loss in elderly people, a review of the technology and the treatment options, a mini review. That basically reviewed taking place in that review basically commented the World Health Organization that by 2025 there will be approximately 1.2 billion people in the world over the age of 60, which marks a shift in population and a greater proportion of older people. An estimated 70 to 80% of adults between 60 and 75 years of age would suffer from pre-tuberculosis, and that is basically just age-related hearing loss. The study reviewed over 400 articles and treatment options for elderly and concluded that hearing aids and cochlear implants are most commonly used for treating mild to severe hearing loss due to aging. Where hearing aids most effective for treating mild to moderate hearing loss, particularly where patients are willing, motivated, and the device is appropriately fitted and are able to use the device. Cochlear implants were found to increase the quality of life for those with severe to profound hearing loss, and even in some cases, the quality of life exceeded expectation. In a separate study, cochlear implant outcome in adults and adolescents with early onset hearing loss by Andre and a few other authors, which investigated the perception of speech of persons with early onset hearing loss who had received a cochlear implant at an early age, and the factors associated with positive speech perception outcomes along with the self-reported outcomes of the participants. The results showed that the cochlear implant should be considered as an option for adults and adolescents with early onset hearing loss, and those that wore a hearing aid on the implant ear. So the implantation, it doesn't have to be a dual. It doesn't have to be dual. You can be doing it in one ear as one ear suffers more traumatic experience. There's a high sight deafness in one ear. You are more likely to receive more positive results if it is that you are using a hearing aid prior to the cochlear implant. According to the Hopkins Medicine website, a cochlear implant is relatively safe. However, any surgery does carry risk, including bleeding, swelling, infections, ringing of the ears, dizziness, along with many other factors that should be discussed with medical personnel. After the surgery, it is not a one-and-go option. One should revisit the center to have the cochlear implant adjusted and follow up with appointment dates, as well as report any incidents reporting regarding pain, drainage, fever after the surgery. The device is not immediately activated after the initial surgery, but a few weeks after. The external part of the cochlear implant would be added, i.e. the microphone, speech processor, things of that like. Cochlear surgery in children particularly places hope that the child would be able to develop the spoken language. A few factors that increases that influence is the development of listening, the spoken language. And the article also states that the age of the child, younger is better, and the level of experience with hearing as well. So the later on you go on in life, let's say that you decide to do the surgery a little later. If it is that you were experiencing experiencing hearing and language prior to, the surgery would increase your chances of speaking a little bit better and so forth. All right, I will now hand over to Aquino for the gene therapy.
Okay, good afternoon again, everyone. All right, gene therapy is a method considered to restore the hearing functionality by the means of redeveloping or healing lost cells that detect and transmit sound to the brain. However, this method is still in the early stage, so most of the research right now is done through theoretical planning as well as testing in mice. To go into the definition of what gene therapy is trying to achieve, the OTOF gene produces a protein called otoferlin, and this protein is critical for the hair cells found in the cochlea to transmit sound. With this in mind, the next step to restore hearing would be to use gene therapy to heal the mutated OTOF genes. To restore hearing, the study seeks to reverse the mutation of OTOF genes, the protein coding gene that is found inside of the cochlea. Diseases associated with the OTOF gene include deafness, autosomal recessive 9, and deafness, autosomal recessive. Gene autophonology annotations related to this gene include calcium ion binding and AP2 adapter complex binding that causes hereditary deafness. Victor, can you move on to the next slide, please? Thank you. Looking at gene therapy in the technical aspect, this method of treatment seeks to implant healthy genes to replace damaged cell genes are implanted into a virus called adeno-associated virus. The shortening for the name is AAV. Quick question, were you guys hearing me? I saw a notification on my screen that said my internet connection was unstable. Am I still clear?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. It was muffled at times, but I'm hearing you.
I'm hearing you quite well as well.
Okay, good. Okay, good. I'm just checking. All right, to continue. Prior study had discovered that AAV has potential to infect the inner ear cells without causing any other issues. What this meant was that once the researchers had implanted the AAV with the OTOF genes, this would have meant that only very few side effects would have become apparent inside the patient after being injected with the AAV virus. Testing begins by injecting the healthy OTOF genes into the AAV, then injecting lab mice. These mice had their cochlea genetically altered to have less OTOF genes. Although mice cochlea develops after a few weeks, the human cochlea is fully mature at birth. This makes it crucial to study the recovery effects of treatment over time. The expected results are such that the injected AAV, which carried the necessary gene for the cochlear hair cells to grow and develop after being damaged, would then correct the mutation that slowed the hair cells growth. Can you carry on, Jason? All right, looking at the testing and the results in mice. Results of the testing were that mice had recovered communication between the ear and the brain. Now the mice were able to hear again. Clapping, tapping, and other tests showed that mice responded to sounds that were created very well. Another positive result of the experiments was that the treatment was applied before the cochlea had fully matured, which meant the mice recovered hearing as their aging process progressed. On paper and in the lab, gene therapy proves to be successful. However, at this time, the time in the research on gene therapy to treat hearing is still quite short, and this means some side effects have yet to arise. For researchers can only place theoretical effects and common side effects when the immune system detects the foreign vector. So the common side effects as to be expected when injected with the AAV are a fall in blood pressure, severe chills, vomiting, nausea, fever, and headache. And these are typical effects of when you're being infected with a virus. But in this case, AAV virus is a part of the testing. Theoretical side effects are those that could possibly happen, or they have not surfaced yet as yet, because surfaced through trials as yet. Theories are injected cells could affect healthy cells and cause further damage to the healthy cells, which could contribute or lead to another disease. Continue. People are born with a fully developed cochlea, hence the need to restore hearing after the cochlea has matured. It is conceivable to use gene therapy to restore hearing based on the research and information being developed for after the cochlea has matured. In testing, this method has been proven to restore hearing in mice and thus could be moved to human testing to restore hearing. This method of gene therapy could eventually be used to treat several types of hearing loss. Although the testing has only been carried out on mice due to the early trials, a video was released in 2014 had one instance of human testing. However, no further reports on that patient were discovered. If these operations are continued while proving to be successful consistently, it would change the way many people who suffer from hearing loss are treated and would mean a more comfortable outcome for recovering hearing. This would be in adults that have lost hearing due to the aging process, or for children who have been born with hereditary deafness. In conclusion, the prospect of gene therapy is very real, however, not yet actualized. And while cochlear implant has been around for some time, for those affected by minor hearing or more adequate treatment may be found in hearing aids. And for those with major hearing loss, should consider a cochlear implant. There is also a point to be made for allowing deaf or hearing impaired to remain as such, as they become a part of a community with their own schools and language systems. As such, an informed decision needs to be made with the consideration of medical professionals. Thank you. That's the end of the conclusion. Then, can you take over, please?
All right. Any the reviews of the panel at this time? Questions from the viewing public?
Have you concluded on your presentation, or have you concluded? All right, Dr. Marr.
They're finished.
All right, let me go first on this one. What was your research question?
That was how biohacking can assist the hearing impaired in Kingston, Jamaica to retrieve auditory functionality.
How can biohacking assist the hearing impaired in Kingston, Jamaica to retrieve auditory functionality? All right. And you're doing a desk review, right?
Yes. The community is reachable. You've seen, well, I've seen them in the Halfway Tree Transport Center, but due to the lockdown, a proper questionnaire could not be formulated at that time.
Okay. So you decided to do more of a desk research then?
Yes.
primary research. All right, but all right. So looking at the question, the research question, and maybe I missed it, but I'm trying to figure out if you believe you have answered the question of how biohacking will assist the hearing impaired in Kingston, Jamaica.
Okay. Well, yes. In some regard, yes. In the findings of the results, we were particularly looking at the cochlear implant. The cochlear implant has a stronger effect for persons who have basically gone deaf. But in the findings, we find that you may not necessarily want to do a cochlear implant. You may want to go the way of a hearing aid. In the document itself goes further to highlight that the hearing aid, whereas it amplifies the sound, so you may just need that instead of having surgery done on your ear. And the gene therapy itself now, and that speaks to the future on ongoing experimentation onto how to fix the gene itself, have the body repair itself.
So we're in all of this. Is it that you focus on Kingston, Jamaica?
All right. In the review itself, we didn't particularly focus on Jamaica. The Satni Institute particularly provided a broader scope of the island itself. So in that aspect, we may have overviewed Kingston and gone to the island.
All right, because I'm kind of wondering, you know, in terms of the question that was posed, sort of give some kind of indication of the usefulness or why we were doing this research. And so that is why I'm trying to get that sense from you on it. In terms of the framework, you said you're going to use conceptual framework, but I didn't hear anything on that.
The framework. All right, give me a moment, please. I'm just reviewing the article, well, the entire paper. Just give me a moment.
All right, yeah, that might take a while. All right, so we're saying we didn't present a theoretical framework because we need something that says how it's going to guide. Because even if it's a desk review, you still have to have something that's going to guide the entire research. So was it that you use a framework or you use a framework?
Basically, we use the articles available at that time. So there was no particular framework being followed at that time.
So what can you just do a Google search on?
The articles reviewed were from medical findings. So the medical websites based on the Hopkins medical website. So basically we used medical findings. We tried to review local findings. We contacted a local doctor, however, there were no local findings to be reviewed at that time based on their personal perspective and the searches as well. So it was just the findings of the literature. So it was just mainly just the literature review.
So the data collection and data analysis section of your report now is basically what you presented in those charts. Is that what you're saying?
Not entirely. We wanted to keep it within a 15-page presentation. So more is in the document itself.
All right, I will roll off on my questions. Mr. Graham.
All right, thanks for the opportunity there. I found the research to be quite informative. Very good attempt at a literature review as well. The sequence of activity to me was somewhat clear. Although the comments that Dr. Mar made are quite valid, there was always seek to find something to guide our work. Just like the previous group, they have looked at some theories and they have critiqued the theories and they have combined to attempt to guide. But so that is still needed right here. But I'm very interested with the depth of the review. But what comes to mind now is the need for ethical clearance, because doing something that, if not careful, can harm people, not intentionally. So if you go and ask a deaf person their view on a matter, or ask them certain questions, you have to be very careful that you might not introduce any harm to them, to think that some people think that their deafness is quite fine enough. Some people would not, if they have the opportunity, they would not seek to be a part of the hearing world because they're quite fine as they are. And you coming in and talking to them about this might look at them in a very discriminatory point of view. So it's something that Dr. Mar might have to look at, probably some ethical review of the questionnaires and so on, so that we don't unintentionally harm anybody with what we're doing. But before I even go any further, what motivated a computer type students, a Bachelor of Science in Information, let me just move this, communication technology, to move in a direction of this type of research that speaks about genetic engineering and surgical implants? It seemed to be off the ranch of your own discipline. Just share with me. All right, no problem, but just share with me. Help me to contextualize your reason for doing this type of research.
All right, not necessarily. It was off of a brainstorming session, honestly. Silicon Valley is doing biohacking. One person, I don't remember the article in particular, what one person has done is they've surgically implanted a hard drive into their leg. So basically that raises the ethical question of searching and also about questions. So we were discussing that as a particular topic. Instead of going with that topic though, we decided that how could biohacking help persons in Jamaica and not necessarily the nest of going into somebody inserting a hard drive into their leg or anything along those lines. So it was just a roundabout, and we got to the point of how the hearing impaired can be assisted by biohacking, and not necessarily the whimsy of somebody who wants to have a hard drive in their leg, but how can it actually assist?
Okay. How many people in Jamaica, what percentage of our population are so affected by deafness?
It was minor. They had, we used the Satin Institute to reflect that. They had a few participants. I didn't go in depth into that particular article for reasons because it was a lot of numbers. One moment, please, just trying to find the presentation.
So you don't have a sense of the number of persons in Jamaica?
So it was over a million persons that were questioned. 50,000 had no a couple. I have it was a difference of 2,000. I know that there's a difference of about, it was greatly affecting women in the 75 range, a difference of about 2,000 for the men, but not the exact figure.
Okay, our percentage. That will be useful. What's the cost?
The cost.
One minute. You're suggesting biohacking to assist the hearing impaired in Jamaica, but the cost probably might be an impairment of itself. So what's that cost like? And also, 1 minute. What is the what are the evidence that suggests the rate of success or the rate of failure having done this biohack, that you'll get an outcome that is desirable or not? Those two questions.
All right. The cost, we sought to interview a local professional. However, there was no locally sourced information. UE itself could not provide in the lockdown period. UE itself could not provide us with any monetary values relating to a cochlear implant.
But the research, 1 minute, but the research understood, but what's the cost like in the States? So since you're doing a DEX review, what is the cost like in the state, and what is the take-up on these new approaches that you are articulating?
All right, that is included in the paper review. It's upwards of 50,000 US, depending. That's why if it is that you're doing a minor, you have a minor issue with your hearing, it was recommended that you use a hearing implant. You go the way of a hearing implant prior to graduating to needing a cochlear implant. So it was above 50,000 for it in the States, and it is covered by some Medicare,
medical insurance. Okay.
Insurance, medical insurance.
Okay, that's quite
what was the second? Yes. What was the second?
Yeah, persons who have done this procedure, what's the success rate like? Because you can introduce a procedure and you don't necessarily get the success that you're looking for. What's the success rate like?
I brought up a few of those percentages in the document. I'm just having an issue manipulating my computer with the Zoom. One moment. All right. Aquino, you can bring up the Google file. I'm having an issue. I'm having an issue locating the document on my computer screen. One more.
The file that had the full report, right?
Yeah. No, not the full report. The presentation. I'm trying to find it. I think I have a copy of it saved. It's just that I have it accessed in the browser.
The link you want to the presentation, right?
Once you stop your presentation, it will display a screen. So whatever you have display on your screen, it will show. Your presentation is still showing.
All right. Well, I'm not seeing it on. All right. In regards to the question of the age groups, what persons of having difficulty, I'm able to see the document for the Saturn review, which had much difficulty with the person's the female range of 642. Cannot do it at all, 139. Is there a particular range that you're looking for?
No,
because
I'm just wanting to know what the data is saying, because we don't want a situation where we spend $6 million to put in such a technology in a person in Jamaica and realize that the fail rate for it is significant. You know? So it wouldn't be something that one could want to adopt in a country with relatively low income that might be affecting people who might have hearing impairment, you know?
Okay, the total was for females much difficulty, or some difficulty is 36,000, sorry. And the difficulty for men, some difficulty 26,000, much difficulty for, I'm just gonna stick to the men for this review, much difficulty 3,700, cannot do it at all 1,400. And for the women, as discussed previously, some difficulty 36,000, much difficulty 5,000, and cannot do it at all 1,600. Not the exact figure, but rounded down.
And that is out of what? What are those figures out of?
Out of million 200,000 in both cases, not the rounded figure.
All right, that is a good type of statistics there. We should be included as a percentage so we get a sense as to what it is. Sharing the raw numbers doesn't really help immediately, but having it as a percentage or a graph can give us a good sense of it. Yeah. All right, well, I think it's a good research. I see a lot of effort placed in this. All these are topic here that one might not think is up the line of computer personnel. I think you have done very good at it with your definitions and so on. And I think it's an applicable technology for Jamaica as well. All right, thanks very much. Dr. Mara.
All right, thanks, Mr. Greer. Okay, well, Mr. Campbell and then followed by Mr. Brown.
I really don't have much to add to all that has been said, save and except to say returned ready. The presentation you gave, well, from a slideshow, standpoint, you ought not to have crowded the slides so much with, you know, the paragraphs that you did. So, you know, it kind of took away a little bit from what you were doing. So while struggling to read the heavy content on the slides, you know, one was also trying to listen to what you were saying. So it was kind of a distractor. So, you know, for future reference, you know, try not to crowd the slides.
No, man. Thank you for that, Mr. Campbell. The reason for that is I wanted the exact I wanted the quotations there, so that I could reflect on it just in case you needed where it was from. So that was particularly to some aspect to the depth of the presentation, but to the respect of the panelists. So I wanted to have the, that there for the panelists.
All right, and my second and final question is, for something like that, you really believe within yourself that there's room or scope for, you know, that kind of technology in Jamaica, where we're at present?
Sorry, I went a little bit low there. I couldn't hear.
You think that there's room or scope for use of this technology on a wide scale in Jamaica, given where we're at presently?
Cochlear implant, if you have it, spend it, but that is in part particularly why the conclusion is set up that way. Not only do we deviate from the cochlear implant, as yes, there's a definite there's definitely do a cochlear implant, but you have a few options. You have an option of a hearing aid actually, and as well as the implication of persons remaining deaf or remaining hard of hearing. They have their own community. It's just that we didn't get the chance to interview their community due to the lockdown. You particularly see them in the transport center. So for the Kingston community, that would have been a good review even on my end, but due to the lockdown, they could not be reviewed. But it is if you have it, definitely, and depending on the insurance companies here as well, there might be some hope. But it's definitely for the upscale crowd, for the cochlear implant, that is. But you can find hearing aids for up to 100 US to 500 on Amazon. So there are ways around it, but no way around it if it is that it's so bad. So it's in the cochlear implant is a worst case scenario.
Okay. Thank you. Moderator, back to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Afternoon, Aquino and Leighton. If you could share your slides for me again, I want to ask a question on a particular slide.
Yeah, that's proving a little bit difficult at this time. I'm not sure. Okay, hold on.
Yes. If you could go to slide number 5 for me.
Okay.
Right. So I noted that looking at the column that says some difficulty, and looking at the age range 75 and over, I noted for males 8,800 as a rounded number experience some difficulty, and for females it's 13,000. Did your research indicate what could cause that variation? Seemed to be a large variation in the experiencing of difficulty of hearing at that age between male and female.
No, not particularly. The research most of the research conducted on cochlear implants has no gender-based study. In relation to that particular question, that's a question on the cause of deafness, and there are myriad of factors that may affect that.
Okay, right. All right, so I had gone to that because I was, had the follow-up question was either the cochlear implant or gene therapy, is there anything in the research that indicates that it is more suited to a particular group or a particular reason for the deafness illness?
No, there's no, at this point, we've found that there's no particular attribute to deafness. There's a myriad of reasons. Some is born, as with the, there's a deaf gene as well. Some is sport-related injury. And as you can see, there was some mention of the deafness relating to aging. So there's a myriad of reasons relating to deafness, if that answers your question, or if it could be more specific so I can answer it.
No, I think you've answered. Going back to the research, you had mentioned that because of the current pandemic, it presented a challenge in terms of visiting. Had you considered using similar methods that you would use, like the Google form and so on, but enlist the assistance of a translator?
It's a question of the demographic. So the assistance of that is a nice idea, but first you would have to first communicate with a translator. I, for one, I'm not aware of how to do so, or there's no formal way to contact a translator that I'm aware of.
Okay. The translators usually speak, you know, but they just use the sign language to communicate to those that are hearing impaired. All right. Well, so I think the research itself seemed to be in depth. At the onset, I was a little lost because I wasn't sure of the framework that you were using or your literature review as well. I didn't see a lot of that, but the depth of the research was good. I wanted to also mention what Mr. Campbell had mentioned in terms of the volume of information on the slide. It made it difficult to follow. It would have been good if you had the information separate for your notes, and then the slide being a little sparser, and where needed, then you could pull in the more granular information, and so that would have been easier to consume for those looking at your presentation. So those are my comments. Yeah, that's it. Dr. Mar?
Yes. Okay. Any questions or comments from the audience?
Sorry. Good afternoon again, AC.
Come on, go ahead.
RAL. Well, thanks for this information, because this was not in my scope of knowledge right now. So thanks for the information. And And all the best.
Thank you, sir, and hopefully we'll follow up with your, your presentation as well.
God go with every time.
Was there anything, just our final question, in terms of motivation to do this? Was there anything in your mind, whether or not it was in terms of trying to tie that particular topic to the nature that you understood of study? Did it have any? I'm just thinking that there had to be some form of link and just didn't come out of the here. Was there any thought at all of how the two were linked?
As stated before, it basically started off of biohacking before, but it would be, I wouldn't say I'm not affected. I'm the son of a deaf father, technically deaf, but hard of hearing father, so that I wouldn't say it doesn't play a part, but it was mainly just a brainstorming session from biohacking, the guy with that installed the hard drive in his leg. So it was that was the main something, but I'm not sure if the underlying factor had something to do with it.
And then meaning that if there are certain devices, just piggybacking on your hard disk implant, or looking at like a cochlear implant or processor procedure or whatever it is that had some form of IT relationship.
No, we that's just life. As stated with the conclusion, there's a point to be made with allowing the deaf to be deaf. Everyone has, even twins. Twins have their own experiences, so there's an argument to be made for allowing the deaf to be deaf. But there are treatment options available. Not as expensive as the cochlear implant, but depending on the level at which your hearing is impacted. There's nothing wrong with raising a deaf child or allowing the elderly to do their thing. You'll find that it's not one of those things that you will notice. It's not blindness. It's not a deformity. So it's not something that you will generally notice. It only comes up on a rare occasion that you might find out. You might pass somebody on the street and not know. So they can function by themselves without the use of treatment. They do not need treatment if it is that's how they want to do it. It doesn't impact it gives them some level of quality of life, no doubt about it. So that has to do with the conclusion again. If you want treatment, you can look into it. If it's for you, it's a personal decision that one needs to make. Or what we didn't do in this presentation, but we mentioned in the document itself, the children can do it very early. So parents or guardians can choose to opt to do the surgery for their child, and that's a fact. That is a factor that is solely motivated by that parent, what that parent needs for their child. So it's a little more complicated of an issue. It's personal, based on the persons, or parents or guardian, personal / parent or guardian that would make the decision for their child, depending on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thanks. And just as a final thing, I'm not too sure whether or not how your report is structured, but you have to recognize and remember, we still expect that as much as you have done quite a bit of research. We're still looking to ensure that your report is structured in much of the way that we would see consistent with a research paper.
I do thank you for the reviews of the panelists and the input of the colleagues that give their reviews as well.
Okay, and thanks to you guys as well in terms of the work you've done.
Anil Smith.
Oh, Anil, I think you have a last parting shot.
Oh, my question, Sir Witter. I know that you use the installation of the hard drive to inspire on this piece. Did your research give any additional information as to what was the disk really used for?
I can say I have a copy of the article. As you can see, it's just a little bit difficult to maneuver with the Zoom. I thought I would be just straightforward, just relaying the presentation. But I have an article I can forward to you, and if anybody else wants to view that article, I can forward to them as well.
Okay. Because I'm kind of interested in biomedical engineering, so I just wanted to know how the hard drive would collate information. Maybe something else was installed in this person, or
it was just an inspiration. It doesn't play a part in this review, but I will forward the article to you at a later.
All right, thanks, my boss.
Okay. You worried about the energy source. Plug it. Okay, all right. All right, thanks, folks. This brings us.
Dr. Mara, just one final comment. The table he has displayed with him, and ready. I'm not sure if maybe it's not being displayed and it's probably on the slide, but I'm not seeing the date for the data. So you have to frame the data in some specific time frame, and also the source of it. So when using secondary data, you need to ensure that you are careful.
It's on the previous page. It's on the previous.
Okay. Okay.
That's
so
just a tabulation.
Slide. All right.
Yeah, that's just the tabulation of it. I had some more slides, but I decided to remove that in favor of.
No, that's okay. As long as you have it for the final report, that's okay. All right. Thanks. Dr. Mara?
Yeah. I'm what was I restored. All right. Okay. So as I was saying, this is the final presentation. I want to thank all the persons who are here, and I notice I think all the presenters are still here, so I want to thank you all for at least our first attempt at using the Zoom, and I think we learned quite a bit. Somehow I think we went on longer than we normally would in the physical space, but that's all I learned. Okay, so
Dr. Mar.
Yes.
I thought you're going to use the technology to send us lunch.
All right. We'll have to do some work on that. All right. Okay. So, gentlemen, folks, I want to just thank you, and maybe when you're in terms of leaving, I would want the panel members to just stay behind, and so that we can just clear up a few things. So, all right, so gentlemen, folks, so presenters, you can just, you don't have to run in here, but you can just leave. You have our permission to leave.
All right, and thank you guys for the review. It was well appreciated.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Quick question before I go. Mr. Graham.
Yes.
I wasn't introduced, so could you just tell me who is Mr. Graham, please, before I leave?
Well, all right. So you know that Mr. Graham is one of our external examiners. And he's, of course, he's from UTech.
Okay.
And has been on our panel for older than you. No, well, many years. So he has been serving Vector for over 10 years now. So, and so he has, been giving us some real, and our students, serving our students at the Institute.
Yeah, man, no problem. Just that when I came in, I didn't think I got an introduction. I think that was, I know all the other panelists, I just didn't know who he was. So that's right.
Okay.
I probably should have asked first about the hobbies. There's a gentleman who did a presentation last year, and he has a photography business, and I oftentimes reach out to him for little photography advice. So I do keep in touch with some of the graduates of the institution as well. It's always good that person share the other passions of their lives, because it might also help the participants to help bond with different persons based on their additional skills that they have outside of their academic discipline. And I think that's what makes life really interesting and interactive, and when person can have common interests outside of academic work.
All right, thanks for that. All right, you guys be good and be safe. Take care.
Same to you.
Thanks again. Bye, everyone.
If I may, sir,
Bye.
I want to say thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you for the audience. Thank you for your responses and your comments. You guys have yourselves a good rest of the evening, and also be safe. Remember that we are still very active where COVID-19 is concerned.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks much. Bye, everyone.
Okay. All right, bye. Bye, Alvin. Bye, kids. Bye, Sheldon.